everyone. I think we will start this webinar in 2 minutes. We are still awaiting for some participants to log in. Thank you. Before we start, we have some house rules. So we hope that everyone will strictly observe this, right? When using the chat box, kindly introduce yourself using the region, your name, and the organization. No? And we would appreciate that as our panelists are presenters are doing their presentations, pag-type po tayo sa chat box para mapadali po mabalikan later no, sa ating open forum. And we would like to inform everyone that this webinar will be recorded for documentary purposes only. If you have any questions later, no, just press the raise your hand icon no, sa options dito sa Zoom na ito. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our webinar entitled Responding to the Challenges of the Pandemic Through Volunteerism, Some Good Practices of the Higher Education Institutions, second series. Before we start, may I invite everyone to feel the presence of the Almighty with a short prayer to be led by Miss Regina Elizabeth M. Capuno.
Almighty and eternal God, as we gather here today virtually for this webinar, we humbly petition you to be an enlightening, inspiring, and cohesive force for all present in this event. Grant that our speakers the sound judgment and clarity of mind to share information and knowledge that can positively impact our individual lives and our various communities. Grant the organizers and the technical team the adequate know-how, flexibility, and technical support to successfully conduct this event with the best results. Guide all of us attending this webinar to listen intelligently, not only with our minds, but also with our hearts, and to speak our truth clearly, sincerely, and respectfully to all who have decided to share this valuable time with us. May this webinar bring success and progress to our respective organizations. We thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to share in the fruits of all who toil to make this world a better place. All this we ask through your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Capuno from Ugnayan ng Pahinungód UP. For a smooth flow of our session, may we request everyone to abide by some house rules. Just a reiteration for everyone who were not able to listen to the reiteration a while ago. First, please put your microphone on mute while the presenter is speaking. Second, for proper identification, kindly write or type your screen name using the following format: region _ organization, underscore your first name and your last name. Third, please put on silent mode or turn off other devices that may cause unnecessary noise, such as mobile phone, radio, and TV. Fourth, use the chat box to ask questions. Kindly include your region, agency, or office, name, and designation before asking a question or giving a comment. The questions will be read and addressed during the open forum. And lastly, we also wish to inform you that the webinar will be recorded for documentation purposes. Your kind cooperation is highly appreciated. We hope you will enjoy learning from our speakers. And to formally welcome our participants and provide an overview of the activity, let us listen to Professor Grace Aguiling Dalisay, PhD, the Director of the Ugnayan ng Pahinungód System Office, the Institutional Volunteer Program of the University of the Philippine System. May I call in Dr. Aguiling Dalisay for the opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure and my honor to give the opening remarks and a brief introduction to what's going to happen this afternoon. Today's session is a collaborative project of the PNVSCA, the Ugnayan ng Pahinungód, which is the institutional volunteer program of the University of the Philippines, the Philippine Association for State Universities and Colleges, and the De La Salle College of St. Benilde School of Deaf Education and Applied Studies. This is the second in a three-part series of virtual sessions, virtual conferences on the role of HEIs in advancing volunteerism. As many of us will know, because by our presence here this afternoon, we know that all of us are volunteers or are interested in being volunteers or are volunteer managers. Volunteerism is something that is close to the heart of Filipinos. We have the term bayanihan, but with all these efforts, we also see the importance of institutionalizing volunteerism. Volunteerism has been recognized as a strategy and an important modality in advancing civic engagement and participation. The UN has identified volunteerism as an important means of achieving the global goals or the sustainable development goals, because it is volunteerism that helps to change the mindset of people, the attitude change that is necessary to transform the world and achieve the goals that we want for 2030, 2040, and beyond. Volunteerism has been recognized by universities. For instance, in the United States, for the longest time, over 100 presidents have come together to push the College Compact, which provides opportunities for college students to be engaged in civic activities, including volunteerism. In Asia, we have the ASEAN University Network, particularly the Committee on Social Responsibility and Sustainability, which holds the ASEAN Youth Volunteer Program. And of late, okay, because of the law or the Volunteer Act of 2007, we know that volunteerism is recognized as an integral part of the development of citizens, and particularly of students, because together with the modalities of volunteerism in NGOs and in government and in corporate sectors, volunteerism in the academe has been recognized as a valuable tool for teaching and nurturing volunteerism in our students so that they become active citizens, engaged citizens as they're growing up unto the time that they are adults and for the most part of their lives. The Volunteer Act of the Philippines has specifically stated that volunteerism is to be an integral part of the curriculum, and through PNVSCA, which manages all these activities, it is expected that there is synergy among DepEd and CHED, and for our particular purposes, to see that CHED is able to incorporate volunteerism in the curriculum. And that means that all of us here who are from higher educational institutions are part of the process such that our curricula would integrate volunteerism regardless of what the subject is. And it is for this reason that the groups mentioned have come together to have this three-part series conference on volunteerism in the academe or volunteerism with higher educational institutions. The program we have today is also in two parts. So for today, we will have two main sessions. The first session is on the presentation of volunteering experiences of HEIs for COVID-19. Our presenters are Director Enrico Kausapin from the Center for Community Extension and Linkages of the New Era University. We have the manager of the Human Resources Development Offices of Silliman University, Mr. Joshua Ablong, Attorney Ablong. And we also have the acting director of the Department of Extension, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension of the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Dr. Ces Ferolin. Okay, we'll have a short break and then we'll hear from the director of the Center for Inclusive Education, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, Ms. Maria Veronica Templo Perez, who is our reactor for the first session. Then we go to our second session, which is a presentation of volunteering opportunities for HEIs. Our first presenter for that session is no other than our Executive Director of PNVSCA, our new Executive Director, ED Donald James Gawe, who will speak on the Bayanihan Project and encouraging us to be volunteers for the Volunteer Online program. We also have Stephen Songkip, Program Manager of QSO International, who will talk about online volunteering, and Dr. Carmelo John Vidal, Corporate Secretary of the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated, who will talk on cultivating volunteerism spirit among the youth through the NSTP. The reaction, again, will be given by Ms. Perez, and our open forum and synthesis will be done by our moderator, whom I shall introduce in just a bit. After these two sessions, we will have the closing remarks by Dr. Tirso Ronquillo, who is the president of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, one of the four partners sponsoring our three-part series on the virtual conference. We would also like to remind you of the rules that were mentioned earlier. This will be recorded, as mentioned by Kenneth, for documentation purposes. We are also streaming live on FB and YouTube, and we do encourage you to type in your comments and questions in the chat box, and later on in the Q&A, if you have questions to do, please raise your hands. Okay, so we can proceed. I have, again, a pleasure of introducing our moderator for this afternoon, who I'm seeing for the first time in our gallery. Our moderator is Lois Calderon. She's a veteran journalist who cuts across multiple media platforms, from newspaper to online, radio, and television, telling stories about the Philippines, Asia, and the world for 19 years. Okay, I will just abbreviate her CV and her profile because there's a lot to be said about her. But I know we're excited to hear her voice and help us through the session this afternoon. Lois is a Thomson Reuters Foundation Fellow who studied in London, UK, how to become a one-person TV crew. In 2018, she joined the NEDA after being appointed by President Rodrigo Duterte as a director. As a government official, Lois helped in crafting NEDA's advocacy programs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and sustaining the Ambition Natin 2040 campaign, working with several government agencies and international institutions. She also anchored NEDA's radio show, Tunog ng Progreso, on Government Radio Pilipinas Uno. Radio Pilipinas Uno. This year, Lois returns to television as senior correspondent and executive producer for CNN Philippines, covering business and political economy. That's why, as we see in our gallery, Lois' affiliation is CNN Philippines. So thank you very much, Lois, for accepting the invitation of PNVSCA to be a moderator in this very important gathering. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Lois, and may I turn over the speaking parts to you, Lois. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalisay, for that very, very kind introduction. It's actually a privilege having me. Thank you so much for inviting me to this session, and I'm very happy to rejoin you, to join Nedans and my former colleagues in government. This time in a different capacity as a moderator, but we still have that common noble goal, that golden thread that continue to link us together, and that is the goal of nation building. Now, this session I'm happy to moderate because it comes at a very auspicious time. This week we're celebrating the Teachers' Day, so I give my salute to our teachers here, the academicians, our mentors. Thank you, maraming salamat po. And we're joined today by universities, top universities, not only in Luzon but also in Visayas and Mindanao. So thanks very much for having me. Now, before we start this session for our webinar, we'd like to request your participation in our poll in order to get to know you a little better. I understand that the technical team has launched polls on gender, type of organization, location, and awareness on the agency, PNVSCA, which is the attached agency of NEDA. So if you could take at least 2 minutes to answer the poll, we'll be very grateful. All right, I can see here now the poll results. I should share them at this point. Okay, the results show by type of organization, 52% are from state college and universities, 38% from private colleges, and NGOs 3%, while the rest from national government agencies and LGUs. Thank you. Next page, please. By region, okay, it's still trying to pull the results. All right, So for regions 1 to 5 account for about 60%. And from Cordillera Administrative Region, 3%. From the NCR, that's a quarter or 26%. From the Visayas, region 6 to 8, 6%. And regions 9 to 13, Mindanao, 6%. Next page, please. Okay, we're still trying to draw the numbers. There are about 136 participants, and I could see that how many voted so far? 66% voted out of 136. And the results show that 61% said yes, it's their first time to hear about PNVSCA, the agency of NEDA, and 39% no. Well, this is your chance to learn more about the agency in charge of volunteerism initiatives of the government. Next page, please. Okay, is that it? Are those just the results that we're waiting from the poll? Okay, so my team here, our technical team here says, yes, that's just about it. Thank you so much again for joining us and for answering the polls. Now we move on to the first session, which will tackle the volunteering experiences and contributions of various academic institutions in the fight against COVID-19. Without further ado, let me introduce our first resource speaker for this session, Mr. Enrico Kausaping. Mr. Enrico Kausaping currently serves as the director of the Center for Community Extension and Linkages of New Era University. He's also a faculty member of the Iglesia ni Cristo School of Ministers. Let's welcome Mr. Kausaping.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng mga dumalo sa activity ngayon. May naririnig po ba ako?
Yes, we can hear you okay, sir.
Okay
Thank
po.
you.
Okay po. Thank you po. In behalf of New Era University po, sa pangunguna ng presidente ng universidad, si Dr. Nilo Rosas, we are so glad and honored na mag-participate po ang New Era University sa aktibidad na ito. And it is our pleasure to present to you the volunteering experience of the New Era University in this time of pandemic. Sana po ay lumawak ang ating kaalaman, magkaroon tayo ng mga karagdagang ideya kung papaano natin ba ipagpapatuloy ang gawa na pagtulong natin ng mga nasa pamantasan at kolehiyo sa ating mga tinatawag na partner community. Ano po? Doon po tayo sa slides. Ang New Era University po ay under ng guidance ni Dr. Nilo Rosas, as what I have mentioned earlier. He is our university president. New Era University is a private university and non-sectarian. You can look into the information about New Era University sa amin pong website sa www.neu.ph or maaari din sa Facebook fan page ng New Era University. Ang main campus po ng New Era University ay nasa Quezon City. At meron pong 4 branches ang New Era University. One is in Pampanga, in San Fernando. Batangas, in Lipa. Rizal, in Baras. And in General Santos City. Next slide po. Ang New Era University po ay mayroong mga partner communities na kung saan ay doon ginagawa ang mga extension programs and services. Ang New Era University po ay mayroong 6 partner communities, including 3 from the main and 3 from the branches of the university. Meron po kaming maikling video clip para maipakilala sa inyo kung ano-ano po ang mga partner communities ng New Era University. Panoorin po natin ito. Okay po, next slide po tayo. So yun po ang aming mga partner communities. At lahat po ng mga extension program and services ay na-spearheaded ng mga different colleges of the university is under the supervision of the Center for Community Extension and Linkages. Ang main office po nito ay nasa main campus. At sa bawat branches po ay meron kaming mga CCEL o Center for Community Extension and Linkages coordinators. If you want to reach us or contact us, you may reach us at ccel@neu.edu.ph para baka gusto niyo po na makita yung mga outreach activities na ginawa ng New Era University. Next slide po. Ang isa po sa importanteng naging factor para maging successful yung mga recent outreach activities and community service ng New Era University ay ang Alumni Association ng New Era University. We tapped the university alumni very timely po, very timely para sa kanilang help and support. At sana po ito rin ang makita ng mga universities and colleges na magiging source ng mga tulong na magagamit po natin sa ating mga extension services at mga outreach programs, lalo na po ngayong panahon ng pandemya. At napaka-timely po nung aming partnership with the alumni sa pangunguna po ni Attorney Randy Escolango na siyang president po ng New Era University Alumni, sapagkat bago pa po maisagawa, bago pa dumating yung pandemya, meron na kaming previous encounter with the alumni. Next slide po. Gaya po nung alam natin, pagpasok pa lamang ng taong 2020 ay nagkaroon na ng kalamidad sa ating bansa. Yun po yung pagputok ng Taal Volcano na nakaapekto po sa ating mga kababayan. Kaya noong January 25 po ay kaisa ang New Era University sa pakikipagtulungan po ng alumni ng university para po dumamay sa ating mga kababayan. Meron po kaming video clip nung aktibidad na yon. Pwede po nating panoorin saglit.
May nasusunog lang na gubat. Pinapanood pa namin, kala namin ay silablaang. May nasusunog lang na gubat. Sabi ng anak ko, Papa, may natalsik na ba ito? Ay, grabe yung amin, talagang gibalat ng mga bahay doon.
Ang iniingatan namin, ang mga bata, kaya kami lumikas. Kung lumindol at lumakas pa ng gate pa doon, baka bumagsak. Kawawa ang aming mga bata.
Ako po noon ay nakakalat sa kami. Hindi ko po alam ba't po kami sumabog yung bulkan. Kasi po yung bubong nalilipad eh. Ang lakas po ng hangin na doon.
Pero nung pong mag-umpisa na yung ng bulkan,
ay nagsilikas na po kami kasi sobra na po ang ng abo. Hindi na po namin kinaya. Kaya kami po ay nagsilikas na.
Napakasarap po na dumamay at tumulong sa ating mga kababayan na nangangailangan. Nakikita po natin yung malungkot nilang mukha pagdating natin na tumutulong ay napapalitan po ng kaligayahan. Yung next slide po. Pagkatapos po, 7 na po, 7. Pagkatapos po ng pagtungo na ang una po na pinuntahan ng Nuira University ay yung Batangas City South Elementary School. Next slide po. Pagkatapos po ay nagtungo po ang Nuira University sa NEU Lipa Branch. Bakit po doon sa NEU Lipa Branch? Sapagkat yun pong NEU Lipa Branch ay inopen ng Nuira University para maging evacuation ng mga pamilya na talaga namang nahihirapan doon sa mga siksikan ng mga evacuation area. So to ease their difficult condition ay minabuti po ng Nuira University na maging part ng community service na gamitin yung mga classrooms para maging pansamantalang tuluyan ng mga evacuees. Ano po? Next slide po. So yun po ang naging unang partnership namin with revitalized alumni ng Nuira University. January po yun. Pag alam po natin, pagdating ng buwan ng Marso, ang totoo po dito po sa Metro Manila, mas maaga na hindi pa nagdideklara ng lockdown ang mga universidad natin, ay hindi na nakapagsasagawa ng mga pagkaklase. So, lahat po ng mga activities sa school, pati po yung ating mga activities doon sa ating mga partner communities, were all put on hold due to the safety issue. Ano po? So talaga pong nakakapanibago na hindi tayo nakapunta sa ating mga partner communities. At meron pang uncertainty, so talagang yung next month ng April, May, June, nawalan po tayo ng connection dun sa ating mga partner communities. Ang mga estudyante hindi sagawa ng kanilang mga extension program. So kailangan po na bago dumating yung kasunod na pasukan, ay ma-bridge natin yung gap na mamalaging maganda yung relationship of the partner community and the university para maipagpatuloy yung mga program na makatutulong sa komunidad para po sa kanilang pag-unlad at development. So, naisip po ng New Era University na kailangan na damayan natin ang ating partner community sa panahon na kailangan nila. Na sila ay, lalo na yung mga officials, ay sila ang tumutulong doon sa kanilang mga constituents. So, papaano naman sila? So, sila po ang inalala ng New Era University sa pamamagitan po ng paglulunsad ng activity na tinawag na NEU Cares for the Community. At sa pagkakataon pong ito, muli po ay itinap namin ang alumni ng New Era University. Sapagkat alam po natin ang mga kalagayan ng mga universidad at mga kolehiyo pagdating po sa pondo na gagamitin po para sa mga activities, lalo na po sa mga extension project tsaka sa mga outreach activity. So, yun pong resources ay nanggaling po sa mga alumni ng New Era University. Next slide po. So, anong objective po ay to extend help to our partner communities during this time of pandemic, to inculcate the spirit of volunteerism and helping among NEU faculty, staff, students, and our alumni. Next slide po. Ang beneficiary po ay ang mga barangay officers ng mga NEU partner communities. Next slide po. Brief description po ng activity. Nag-donate po ang New Era University in partnership with the NEU Alumni Association Incorporated ng mga kailangan ng mga frontliners sa community na alcohol, face mask, and face shields. Ang activity po na ito was held simultaneously in all its branches sa lahat po ng mga partner communities ng New Era University noong August 28, 2020. So para may isakatuparan po ito na simultaneous yung gagawing activity. Next slide po. Nagkaroon po kayo ng mga series of coordination meeting. At yan po ay online. Coordination meeting with the alumni, coordination meeting with the CSEL coordinators in the different branches of the university. Sila na po ang nagsagawa ng pagka-canvas ng mga bibiling materials, pati yung pag-purchase locally na po ginawa dahil sa mga travel restrictions due to the pandemic. Okay po, next slide po. So we held our final coordination meeting last August 26. Planchado na po lahat. Lahat ng mga idodonate, naka-ready na po sa mga branches, pati sino ang mga kasama dun sa activity at yung coordination doon sa mga partner community. Next slide po. So ito po yung video clip ng aming isinagawang activity. Pwede po nating panoorin. Yung video clip 3.
Ako po si Attorney Randy Escolango, kasalukuyan pong presidente ng New Era University Alumni Association. Ang layunin po ng proyektong ito, ang joint project ng New Era University at New Era University Alumni Association, ay matulungan natin yung ating mga barangay frontliners, ito po mga barangay officers at yung kanilang mga barangay tanod, mga staff, na sila ho yung makinabang nitong ating mga ibinigay na items at magamit po nila. Sila po ay nabibilang doon sa mga adapted community po natin at kaisa po tayong lagi ang New Era University Alumni Association sa mga ganitong gawain ng New Era University.
Okay. Ako nga po pala si Kagawad Nelson Villarreal, number 1 po Kagawad, chairman po ng Committee on Appropriation dito sa Barangay Mascap. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa pamunuan po ng New Era University Alumni Association sa wala pong pinagkaloob sa amin na iba't ibang kagamitang medikal kaugnay po sa ating pag-iingat dito sa ating suliranin sa COVID-19. Ito po ay napakalaking bagay sa amin. Unang-una dahil kami po ay salat na rin sa pambili o pagbabili po namin yan. Kaya inulit ko, maraming salamat bilang adopted barangay po na tinutulungan ng INC. Isang malaking pasalamat po sa amin at mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat po.
Mula po sa pamahalaang barangay ng Barangay San Jose Rodriguez Rizal, kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa New Era University at sa New Era University Alumni Association Incorporated.
So yun po yung naging activity. Okay na po?
Ako po si Atty.
So yun po yung naging activity ng New Era University ngayong panahon ng pandemic. Next slide po. Yan po yung details ng mga naging donasyon sa mga partner communities. Next slide po. Total po, 70 gallons of alcohol, 190 boxes of face masks, and 350 pieces of face shields. Next po. So ano po ang magiging activities ng New Era University to our partner communities in the new normal? Ang totoo po ay nagsimula na ang klase sa New Era University kahapon. Ano po? At ang enrollment may extension pa hanggang October 23 sa mga gusto pa pong humabol. Ano po? Next slide po. Ang isa pong aktibidad na dapat sana ay na-launch ng New Era University before the pandemic ay ito pong Mascap Hills Adventure and Ecotourism toward Sustainable Community Development. At ito po ay itutuloy namin ngayong simula ng pasukan, ngayong unang semestre ng 2021. Pero siyempre po, we will take into consideration all the health protocols dahil po sa kasalukuyang kalagayan ng ating kapaligiran dahil sa pandemya. Ano po? Ito po ay isang complete package na institutional extension program for sustainable community development. Different college of the universities will have a significant contribution to the success of this program. So lahat po sa community ay ide-develop ng New Era University. Kasama na po dyan yung mga lighting projects, yung mga infrastructure, training, seminars, pati po sa mga businesses ng mga small business owner, tree planting activities, community awareness para po yung project ay maging successful. Ang isa pa po, next slide po. Next year po, ito po ang panibagong proyekto na inspired po ng webinar na dinadaluhan namin sa Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. Naisip po namin at naniniwala po kami na ang higher educational institution ay malaki ang maitutulong sa community para mag-organize, mag-establish ng mga volunteer group sapagkat ang higher educational institution po has all the resources. Nandyan po yung training, andyan yung mga materials na pwedeng gamitin ng mga volunteers ay pwede pong i-provide ng higher educational institution. Halimbawa lang po ay mag-o-organize tayo ng mga first aiders o kaya mga health workers na volunteer. Pwede po yung mga nasa IT sa dissemination ng information, yung mga nasa psychology, pwede sa recruitment and sa motivation, yung College of Nursing and College of Medicine sa training, at doon sa mga needed na mga materials ng mga halimbawa ay mga first aider or health workers ay kayang-kaya pong itulong ng Alumni Association ng university. Sana po ang New Era University simula sa susunod na taon ay maging catalyst sa pag-i-establish o sa pag-organize ng mga volunteers sa community. Next slide po. Salamat po ng napakarami.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Kausapin of the New Era University. Several initiatives there, mostly outreach programs at the start of the year in January, mostly for those who suffer from the eruption of Mount Taal or the Taal volcano, and then that was disrupted, of course, by the lockdown. So you had to renew links between the university and communities in Taal area. But of course, you've also even during the lockdown, you've tapped your alumni from the universities and extended help also to communities in Rizal. Now, I do have questions regarding your work in Taal, but perhaps we will deal with that later during the open forum. Now, thanks again, Mr. Kausapin at the New Era University. We now move to our second presenter, Attorney Joshua Francisco Ablong of Silliman University. He will share the various volunteer-driven interventions of their university to help in the country's response to COVID-19. Now, let me introduce Attorney Joshua. He is one of the faculty members of Silliman University's College of Law. He currently serves as the Human Resource Development Manager of Silliman University, and his office serves as the Secretariat for the university's COVID-19 Crisis Management Group. As a member of the Crisis Management Group, he has been involved in the formulation of the university's crisis protocols in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Attorney Ablong.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Warm greetings from the shores of Dumaguete City and from the campus by the sea. Before I proceed to narrating to you or enumerating our initiatives and the responses that we have been doing, allow me to give a very quick or brief background or introduction of the institution that I represent. Next slide, please. So Silliman University is an institution for higher learning in Dumaguete City, Philippines. It was founded in 1901 under the auspices of the Board of Foreign Missions of the Presbyterian Church in the United States of America. Next slide, please. It is non-stock, non-profit, therefore it does not have any owner. It is home to 10,000 students, approximately 10,000 students, and 700 plus faculty and staff. And of course, alma mater to thousands of Sillimanians around the world. Next slide, please. So what are Silliman University's COVID-19 response? Or what is Silliman University's COVID-19 response? Next slide, please. Allow me to categorize them into two. First is the institutional response, and second, the volunteer response. Next slide, please. As an institution, we tried to act early. Next slide. Before news of the first COVID-19 case came, we prohibited all campus tours, required screening of visitors, required those with flu-like symptoms to see their doctor, and observe basic health protocols. Next slide, please. These requirements were actually embodied in a memo that we sent to everyone on January 23, 2020. That was a week before the DOH announced the first COVID-19 case in the Philippines. Next slide. We then organized what we call a crisis management group. Next slide. We called it the SU COVID-19 Crisis Management Group. Next slide, please. Now, what is the mandate of this group? Essentially, it was formed to formulate response protocols in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic and to implement them through the various divisions represented by each member in the group. It issues advisories and announcements on actions taken and coordinates with government agencies in the local and national level. Next slide, please. So it is composed essentially of senior officers of the university, headed by the university physician, who simultaneously heads or serves as dean of the medical school. We have the head of the university clinic, the VPs for academic affairs, finance and administration, and VP for development. Yours truly, the manager for human resource development, the university general counsel, the director of the Office of Information and Publications, dean of students, security officer, superintendent of the buildings and grounds, and a representative of the Silliman University Church. Next slide, please. So what were the actions taken by the COVID-19 Crisis Management Group? First is it managed the first ever PUI case in the province. It can be recalled that on June 30, 2020, DOH announced the first COVID-19 case in the country, a Chinese woman. She arrived in Cebu and went to Dumaguete, where Silliman is situated, and stayed overnight. Later, she transferred to a nearby municipality and stayed there for a few days. Next slide. She was accompanied by a Chinese male who later on also turned out positive. Now, what is the reckoning point here? One of the passengers in the flight they were on was a Silliman student who was seated very close to them. Next slide. As a consequence, we activated the COVID-19 Crisis Management Group. We met, and as part of the university's early attempts to contain the spread of the virus, the group recommended suspending all classes and implementing alternative learning schemes, which is essentially a combination of online and module-based modalities. At the right side of the screen is a report from Rappler, which was dated February 4, 2020. If you can see there, as early as February 4, Silliman already shifted its modality from face-to-face to a combination of online and module-based modalities. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 Crisis Management Group also initiated various measures that included screening or triage operations, establishment of a COVID-19 hotline, and modifications to the university's traffic flow. This essentially started on February 9, when the university started implementing triage operations based on DOH algorithms. Next slide, please. Later on, cancellation of classes, graduation, and other big events also took place, particularly in the month of March. This is in view in large part to the growing number of cases in the country. So again, as part of our efforts to really contain the possible spread of the virus, these big events were canceled. Next slide, please. This also resulted into the adoption of online modalities, a skeleton or skeletal workforce, and the formulation of a university business continuity plan in anticipation of community-wide quarantines, which eventually took place in the months of April and onwards. Next slide, please. So that was our institutional response to the pandemic. But what was our volunteer response? As the pandemic began to gain ground in the country in general, and our province in particular, many sectors and bodies in the university immediately pitched in to help in the fight against the pandemic. Currently in the university, we have the Office of Service Learning and Community Engagement, which is essentially the primary body responsible for touching base with various communities and agencies, both public and private, in setting up community-based activities. In this case, however, everybody just came in and pitched in to help in the fight against the pandemic, and it became a welcome development for the university. So allow me to give an enumeration or a description of these various volunteer responses from different sectors and groups in the university. Next slide, please. Now, when it became apparent that PPEs would be in short supply, the Civic Welfare Training Service, the Office of Service Learning and Community Engagement, and the Nutrition and Dietetics Department of the university distributed face masks that were made of cloth. In the months of February, March, and April, supply for face masks actually dwindled, and in fact, were already rationed in our city and in our province. And to meet that particular need, these offices and groups in the university came together to address the particular need that was facing our community. Next slide, please. This initiative resulted in the distribution of 1,200 face masks to the city and provincial frontliners, university frontline personnel, and sectoral members such as tricycle drivers. It also augmented income from the seamstresses of the ND department for producing the face masks. The face masks featured a pocket for the insertion of additional layers or filters. Next slide, please. Starting in the month of March up to the month of June, the College of Nursing, in partnership with the Philippine Nurses Association Negros Oriental Chapter, also initiated the making of face shields and in the repacking of basic personal protective equipment and supplies such as masks, gloves, liquid soap, and alcohol. So parallel to the activity initiated by the Office of Service Learning and Community Engagement and the Civic Welfare the CWTS, the College of Nursing also had their own initiative. These materials that they made, the face masks and face shields, were distributed to various private, district, and community hospitals in Dumaguete and the province of Negros Oriental. So you can see there a picture actually of the dean of the College of Nursing, as well as a faculty of the same college helping making face shields, because face shields were in short supply during that time, particularly in the month of March and April. Next slide, please. You can also see there the faculty of the College of Nursing. They were also, aside from making face shields and face masks and repacking various materials and supplies for our frontliners, they were also instrumental in translating DOH posters and algorithms from English or Tagalog to Cebuano, the local dialect in the province of Negros Oriental. Next slide, please. So there are some samples of the face shields that they made. They actually made 1,000 of those face shields. Those were basically made of materials that were readily available in the various department stores. Next slide, please. My office, the Human Resource Development Office, parallel to the initiatives being handled or being done by the CWTS and other offices, as well as the College of Nursing, also organized a small body of university staff to make face shields, and more than 1,000, as mentioned earlier, were made and given to frontliners, members of the faculty, and staff. Next slide, please. Now, at the same time, while there are some bodies and departments and organizations in the university that came together to address certain needs, particularly PPE needs during that time, it also became apparent that alcohol would be going on short supply. So as alcohol went on short supply, particularly in those same months, the month of March and April, our Department of Chemistry volunteered to produce the university's own alcohol supply. Some of the alcohol produced were donated to the SU Medical Center, and some were given to the Silliman University's triage personnel and other offices. So there you see a sample of the alcohol that was produced by our chemistry department. Next slide, please. The alcohol was formulated at 80% instead of the usual 70%. The chemistry department also volunteered to make foot baths using their own materials and chemicals when supply for bleach was running low in the province. Next slide, please. So there you see some faculty members of the chemistry department at the time when they were discussing on the right formulation for the alcohol that they needed or they wanted to produce, and the formulation for the liquid or the bleach that was necessary for the foot baths that had to be installed in the various entrances of the university. Next slide, please. You see there the chairperson of the chemistry department donating boxes of Silliman-made alcohol to the Silliman University Medical Center. That's Dr. Jonathan Paa. Next slide, please. And so in addition to those initiatives by the CWTS, the Office of Service Learning and Community Engagement, and the chemistry department, at the height of the enhanced community quarantine, it became apparent to us that we needed also to organize the residents of the campus. So during the implementation of the enhanced community quarantine in the month of April, the campus residents task force was organized to coordinate with barangay officials in the implementation of health protocols. Situated in a 63-hectare campus, it provided a unique situation for the university as the campus is distributed in 5 different barangays. A body of volunteer residents was formed to work closely with the 5 barangays in the implementation of their respective protocols and initiatives, including the distribution and management of quarantine passes and relief operations. Next slide, please. The student government, for their part, also had their own initiatives, mostly in the realm info drives. And so they heavily utilized their Facebook page, and they also helped in the distribution of relief goods to different barangays in the Dumaguete area. Next slide, please. The distribution of pedishields. This is another initiative by a department in the university, particularly the Technology Business Incubator Project. They designed what they called a pedishield and distributed them to tricycle drivers in Dumaguete, and to protect them from possible infection. Pedishields, which comes from two words, pedicab, the local name for tricycles, and shield. It is essentially a plastic barrier that divides the space between the driver and their passengers. Around 200 of these pedishields were distributed in the month of June. Next slide, please. So there you see some staff members of the project, the Technology Incubation Project, installing what they call the pedishield. So it essentially features a plastic curtain that divides between the passengers and the driver, and some sort of a hole where passengers and drivers can exchange their money for the fare. Next slide, please. There, another staff member also helping in the installation of pedishields. Around 200 of these were given to tricycle drivers around the city. Next slide, please. Another program that was initiated during the pandemic is the one that was organized by the student government as well as the Student Organizations and Activities Division in partnership, again, with the Office of Community Engagement and Service Learning. They embarked on a project called the 11 Days of Sharing Outreach Program. This initiative raised 93,000 pesos worth of hygiene kits, face masks, face shields, food packs, and school supplies to Dumaguete City Community Jail Women's Dormitory, the Dumaguete City Youth Home, the Dumaguete Sibulan Motor Cab Operators and Drivers Association, and Dumaguete Tricycle Operators and Drivers Association, as well as the Barangay Bagakay Dap Daycare Center and environmental technicians with the NRO. Personnel, students, and alumni groups volunteered to raise funds until the distribution of goods from September 3 to 5. Next slide, please. So there's a sample of one of the pictures taken during the distribution of the goods that they packed for the various communities within Dumaguete. They were essentially helped by some sectors also of the government. In this particular picture, they distributed food packs and other kits to members of the BJMP. Next slide, please. We also had another initiative, and this was the assistance that had to be given to displaced many of our outsourced personnel. On top of our regular staff and faculty complement, we also have outsourced personnel who were drastically affected during the imposition of the community-based quarantines. If you can, as you see, most of these outsourced personnel work on a they essentially operate on in a day-to-day basis, and if there's no work, there's no pay. And so when the community quarantines were imposed in Dumaguete and in the province of Negros Oriental, they were drastically affected. And as a result of that, we initiated efforts to render some assistance. So the university provided funds to buy certain goods and repack them. And of course, with the help of many of our alumni and friends who also donated certain amounts of money to purchase all of the necessary goods that had to be distributed. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, in addition to the assistance given by the university, a number of donors coming from the faculty, staff, and alumni gave monetary assistance in the procurement of rice and canned goods for distribution to outsourced personnel who were displaced during the implementation of the enhanced community quarantine and the general community quarantine in the province. Next slide, please. Now, another initiative that was made during this time, because ideas just kept on coming in and many wanted to volunteer and also provide certain ideas. The personnel of the Buildings and Grounds Department of the university introduced a new design for hand washing stations that were installed in various parts of the campus. The design involved the use of foot pedals to dispense soap and water to limit hand contact. So as you can see in the picture, you have there a hand washing station, and to the left is a foot pedal to control the flow of water, and to the right is a foot pedal needed to control the dispensing of soap. So this was a novel idea that was created at that time to minimize hand contact when people go to the hand washing stations and wash their hands. Next slide, please. So if you can, as you can see in the picture, there is essentially no knob for turning on the water or for dispensing the soap. Everything is controlled by foot. Next slide, please. So challenges that we encountered during this time. One of the areas that we realized that can prove challenging in times of crisis and pandemic is the coordination and alignment of programs and actions between the university on one hand and government agencies and local government units on the other. As you can see, everybody, the pandemic just basically disturbed the waters for all of us, and everybody, including government agencies and local government units, also initiated their own plans and programs on how to combat the pandemic, parallel to the plans and programs that the university was trying to implement. And so along the way, it becomes inevitable for these programs to a certain degree to differ from one another, and therefore there became a need to coordinate and to align with their programs. Prior to the assumption by the IATF of the crisis, the university, which basically occupies 1/3 of the city, essentially, issued its own protocols and its own advisories on traffic flow and certain control measures in the campus. But as soon as the IATF took over, Silliman University essentially just followed directives from government agencies. Nevertheless, we appointed to address this particular scenario where there apparently there's a need to align ourselves and to coordinate with government agencies. We appointed a liaison officer, made sure that lines of communication are open, and coordinated our actions with government and other agencies, because understandably everybody was really into managing the crisis. Now, another challenge that of course became apparent and is very real to the university, and I'm sure to all of us higher education institutions, is the fact that the university's resources are not unlimited. Our resources are limited, and there's a limit to what we can provide. Hence, there really, it became apparent for us to have a delicate balance between pursuing a certain course of action at the least cost, while maximizing efforts towards getting support from alumni and friends. And that is essentially what we did, and what really helped us during this whole crisis. We tapped on the expertise and the resources of our alumni, our friends. We helped each other, not just the Office of Service Learning and Community Engagement, but all other offices in the university also pitched in, the Office of the Vice President for Development, and other individuals and friends who were just concerned and who really wanted to help the university. In fact, when we started having students or stranded students in campus arising from the implementation of the community quarantines, many faculty or members of the alumni, members of the alumni who contributed money to help these students go to their respective homes in other places and provinces. And this was undertaken by the Office of Student Services, headed by the Dean of Students in Silliman. Next slide, please. So essentially, those were the challenges that we met along the way, and of course, the solutions that we devised in order to address them. As for the university's recovery plan, at present, the university is utilizing online-based platforms in its delivery of instruction. Plans are in fact already in place to move the university towards a blended approach when the COVID-19 situation improves. Silliman never really stopped operating from the time the pandemic hit us. While we stopped initiating face-to-face classroom engagements, we basically just went online starting in the month of March. And during the summer, we continued in our summer classes using our own online platform. We call it the MySoul platform, which is based on Blackboard. And in the month of August, we resumed our classes. We stopped during the summer. We had classes April and May. We had a hiatus between June to August, essentially in preparation for the regular semester. And in the month of August, we resumed classes also using online modalities. We hope that when the situation improves, we can go on a blended approach. It may be partly online, partly face-to-face, but of course subject to government restrictions and protocols as the pandemic progresses. So essentially, that's everything that I could share on behalf of Silliman University. I hope this is also something that we can learn on as we help each other confront the pandemic that we're all facing. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Attorney Joshua, for that very comprehensive presentation. And the first thing actually that hit me was the fact that the university has been helping communicate to the province the directives of both the national government and the local government on the COVID response, because communication really is very crucial, especially in crisis times. And you know, the proliferation of fake news and wrong information, they all espouse fear. So that really hit me. And of course, I'm actually amazed, if you allow me to comment. I'm actually very amazed at the kind of initiatives that the university has taken. I could see that the university has several centers of excellence, from the nursing, from the college of nutrition and chemistry. The pandemic has actually prompted these centers of excellence to innovate and tap into their expertise to make alcohol higher concentrate than usual, and then of course the makeshift face shields and the foot bath. That's really impressive. I've not seen something like this, such kind of initiative. And also, aside from that, you actually helped generate jobs for those who have lost jobs. You have tapped the seamstresses, the dressmakers, to make those face shields. Very amazing. And of course, there's one more thing that you've actually pointed out, that resources are finite. They are not unlimited. And this is the second time that I've heard from university, after the first one and the new era, that the alumni do play a crucial role in pooling all these resources to help the country in its response to COVID-19. Now that brings us now to our third presenter, Dr. Maria Cecilia Ferolin, Doctor of Philosophy. Dr. Ferolin is a sociology professor, and she currently serves as the Director of Extension of the Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology. She founded the Volunteerism for Community Engagement Program and has conducted researches on the participation of youth in the Marawi rehabilitation and in the disaster risk reduction and management. Now, I see here a very exciting speech again. This will straddle not only the COVID-19, but also the Marawi response. Now, may I request our esteemed honorable speakers to keep their presentations to just 20 minutes to give way for open forum later, perhaps the other issues we will discuss during the open forum as well. With that, thanks very much. And I now give you Dr. Ferolin.
Thank you very much, Loy. And once again, good afternoon and salamat for this opportunity to share to you, to the public, what we have been doing so far, what we have done so far. Okay, so that's me. And can you please, the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I'll be quick. There'll just be three parts of the presentation. Next slide, please. All right. So volunteering is lodged under the Department of Extension in IIT. So volunteering is essential, as you can read it from our mandate, IIT mandate, dedicated to academic excellence with commitment to holistic development of the individual and the society. And we suppose volunteering, next slide, please. Being a university, volunteerism is a strategy for enhancing students' learning experience, that they do not only learn the mathematics, the science, the chemistry, the social science, but to form them as individuals, as good citizens. So in this program, Volunteerism for Community Engagement Program, we have this vision, developing successor generation to the extension program. Next, please. Next slide, please. Right. Being a university, we are into, the engaged scholarship. And that's important, the previous one. Engaged scholarship, because that defines our academic engagement. And through social engagement, we develop engaged citizenship. Engaged citizenship. So the vision of our volunteering program is really to develop from the graduates of the university effective development workers. The NGO workers later, or government workers, teachers, community organizers, elected leaders, many, many more. Next, please. We have a kind of a framework in developing our social coming generation. I should recognize Xavier University YOS. It's where I am inspired, informed, and really this provides us a very glaring example of a successful volunteering program. It's about developing consciousness, commitment, concern, and community, the sense of community, as well as the individual creativity. But we are in Mindanao. This is our big context, the culture of peace, the advocacy on the culture of peace. Next slide, please. In a nutshell, this is the framework of our culture of peace. Dismantling culture of war, living with compassion and justice, building cultural respect, reconciliation, and solidarity, promoting human rights, living in harmony with environment, with earth, and nurturing inner peace. So in a way, this is the kind of volunteering program that we implement in the university. Please. Next slide, please. So we have these thrusts: responses and community engagement, student internship, young alumni volunteering, faculty and staff. I highlighted responses and community engagements because these are the thrust that has been tapped with the COVID-19 challenge, pandemic. Next, please. So IIT did, I think we did a lot deal about responding to the challenge of COVID-19 pandemic. We have institutional responses, students' responses, the centers, we have several centers, colleges and departments, as well as individuals, and most of these are really collaborations between departments and colleges and centers. Now let me just, next please. We made some disinfection cabins, provided some PPEs. We also did some virus safety training because we have this expertise in the university. Next, please. We also did this designs on what is the filtering for the air and for the COVID-19 patients. Next, please. Oh, and now we have done face shields, and we gave it to the medical frontliners and do-it-yourself intubation, protective gears, air purifying respirators. Next, please. And production of alcohol, distributed and hand sanitizers, distributed to barangays, checkpoints, police stations, local hospitals, and even in the campus. Next, please. And we also have a small food livelihood program where these people in the uplands were not able to go down because of the lockdown, and the fishing, the tilapia production was able to provide them with fresh fish. Okay, next, please. We have a modeling simulation program using computer models on looking at analyzing and projecting the corona spread in Iligan. And the result of this research was given to our local government unit to help them draft strategies in responding to the virus. Next, please. This one are platforms in reaching rural areas, especially those with no internet access. This is in partnership with a local radio station and of course Facebook. And this is done in the local language. And one is in Maranao, because we have lots of Maranos here in our area. So these are basic information that provides them easy way to understand how to protect themselves, how to protect the family. And this is an ongoing one. There is one upcoming next week as well. We call it MSU IIT Cares platform. Next, please. The students have their own initiatives, volunteering initiatives. They have psychosocial responses, though online, and they also have this online like positivity thing where they connect with each other and trying to cope up with crises. Next, please. Our departments, we have several, like 30 plus departments, and all of them, I would say all of them have really initiatives in doing information on COVID. So we have lots of these, especially on caring for the adults and then for the women, for the business sector. Next, please. This one, they have lots of online activities. Next, please. These are another things, online initiatives. Next, please. Again, for another initiative for our centers. Next, please. Our gender and development program. We were able to invite women all over Asia to discuss how they were able to influence or take the lead in handling the crisis. Next, please. And this is one thing we were amused really, because we have a new platform in doing, we have an e-play. So it's kind of fun. We have when an e-play where it's online, the actors are online, and we also have some cultural celebrations through online as well. Next, please. Next. Okay. Those are just the materials I'm able to capture online, but this is our lessons. Most of the information, most of the volunteering efforts so far are on information drive. Aside from the cultural thing that it was kind of cultural celebrations, the social media platforms were very helpful. The students are very much constrained due to physical incapacity. However, the faculty, which I have not really provided some photos, have responded to the pandemic very actively by doing food, giving money to stranded students, and they have lots of initiatives at the personal level. So next, please. And this is my last slide, the next one. The challenges for future engagements on volunteerism. These are deep realizations that the reliance on online platforms for social engagement is helpful, yes, but it is very limited, even especially in the volunteering program. Volunteering is community engagement, and yet we are only able to do this through online, so it's very limited. Social services for the communities, especially on basic services delivery and capability, cannot be done online. Post-pandemic scenario, this is a big challenge on food production. How can we respond to this? And we recognize this. And more than that is to address economic slack. There are lots who lost their jobs. There are lots of those outside. Our OFWs have gone home, no jobs. So we are really thinking deeply on how we can respond to this. And the health promotion. So far, the physical health is the only thing that's been on top of our engagements. Mental health, yes. Psychological health, we're still little on this. And then some big thinking about the new normal. What is new normal? Are we just doing things differently? Or are we really into a new way of things and new understanding of why things happened and what's the next? What lies ahead? So these are big things that we in the university, especially in the Department of Extension, has really grappling with. Thank you for the opportunity of sharing.
Thanks very much, Dr. Ferolin, the director of the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. You see there another center of excellence, expertise is technology. Stepping up to the plate to fill gaps or what the government cannot entirely provide. The university made respirators and air purifying ventilators. So you could see that the country has actually a good pool of scientists that could help flatten the curve. If only the Duterte government would listen to more scientists as well and come up with a not fragmented approach, a well-coordinated approach, then probably we'll get there soon, flattening the curve. Dr. Ferolin pointed out several issues that perhaps could be tackled during the open forum, and some of these are the constraints, which is the constraints to volunteerism, that while people wanted to help, most of them are still holed up at home, locked down, and but they are actually trained to do volunteer service, but being there physically. So these are some of the things that we might deal with during the open forum. Now we move on to our next speaker. With all the things that we learned from the higher education institutions today, we can really claim that despite the risk involved, the higher education institutions have proactively supported the country's COVID-19 response. To further share insights on the significant role of universities in the country's development priorities and in the country's fight against the pandemic, may I introduce to you now our reactor for today's webinar, Miss Veronica Templo Perez. Ms. Templo Perez is a graduate of special education in the University of the Philippines in Diliman and master's degree in education at De La Salle University. She's a full-time faculty member and a former school dean of the De La Salle College of St. Benilde School of Deaf Education and Applied Studies. She's currently the director of the Center for Inclusive Education of Benilde. Dean Nikki is also a sign language interpreter. She has done assignments for the Model United Nations in China. She can also be seen at national televised events such as the President's State of the Nation Address, or SONA, the National Election Papal Visit, and the inauguration of the National Elect position. Let's now welcome Dr. or Dean Nikki.
Thank you, Lois. Good afternoon to everyone. So it was just given a very short time to really consolidate all my thoughts with that rich sharing from Mr. Kausapin, Attorney Ablong, and also Dr. Ferolin. But what I got from the things that they shared, no, from New Era University, Silliman University, and MSU IIT is that, well, I saw 4 points that where they are more or less common, or what I think are the strengths of their presentations about how colleges and universities can be of help, especially now in this time of COVID-19 and the volunteerism work that we do as a university and with our students. So the first that I saw is that we now have an opportunity for our students to become more involved in serving the community and the nation. So from small to micro to macro din yan, no? You have the sharing of student governments doing their own activities to help the communities beside the school. You have also student groups. And it's a good thing to tap the youth, I think, what the 3 schools did, because first they have the energy. Tayo, of course, we do volunteerism, and they say, no, sabi nga sa Pearl Harbor, no, this film in 2001, nothing is stronger than the heart of a volunteer. Pero kailangan mo rin ng physical activity na kasama doon, and the youth have so much of that. Second is yung kanilang creativity, yung kakayanan nila to think of solutions that are not traditional or the usual way that we do things. Kasi COVID-19 is not the usual. And how we live now is not the usual. So we need really creative, innovative people. And I believe that's our youth, our students. And yung strength nila in social media, kayang-kaya yon. I think that's a very good strength of theirs, or yung skill nila to tap into, because yung ginagawa natin can be shared to more people, diba? Gagawa natin, shared to more people, and in that way, hopefully, we also get more people helping us. So that's one. The second that I also noticed among the 3 is the importance of not leaving our partner communities behind. So because of NSTP and our community linkages and extension programs, we have partner communities where we send our students to do outreach activities, to do service learning, for example. No? And katulad nga ng sinabi ni Mr. Kausapin kanina, kung kailangan kanila, this is not the time to leave them hanging just because you also have your own problems. So kailangan dala-dala mo, or parang tinutulungan mo pa rin, sa isip mo pa rin yung partner communities mo na ito. And it's not just outreach, but also yung sinasabing in-reach. How are the people inside your colleges and universities? Yung minention kanina ng Silliman, how they are helping also yung displaced outsourced personnel nila. So that also is very important, kasi I'm sure all of our colleges and universities have that, yung mga displaced outsourced personnel, yung mga agency hired, kumbaga. Another that I saw, and that I saw kasi may question kanina, is that NEU and Silliman are big universities. So paano naman daw yung mga small universities? So I think it's important to play to the strengths of your university or your college. No matter how small, I believe that each one of you have their own strengths. No? So for any EU, their strength was the reach of their service. They have a campus, they have a satellite campus. So the reach of their service and their relationship with the community. So that's one strength that they played to, and they really were able to help the communities where their schools were located. Silliman has a very strong nursing program, health services, science program, and you have there yung pagtulong nila sa first COVID-19 patient that we had here in the Philippines. Also, yung paggawa ng mga PPEs, face masks, the chemistry department also helped out in terms of yung kanilang paggawa ng alcohol, di ba? And the service learning, which is very, very strong in Silliman University. You have students thinking of how to help. So lumabas yung kanilang PediShield. For MSU IIT, it was also the technology. You had their researchers, their engineers helping out, creating all of these innovative and probably more affordable equipment that can be used in local hospitals or regional hospitals for them. And ang maganda sa MSU IIT is hindi lang puro tungkol sa, it's not just about yung COVID-19, pero yung focusing on the arts is very helpful in terms of making sure of the mental health, that we are also taking care of the mental health of people. So magandang nakita ko yun na yung meron silang focus on the arts. Now the fourth thing and the last thing that I also saw na very common among the three, and is very, very important, is that context is important. So yung pag-create ng materials or the adapting of materials to mother tongue, to the mother tongue of the different communities where your schools are, is very, very important. If I may share, like si De La Salle College of St. Benilde, the deaf program, we have interpreters helping out interpret for videos that come out for we have a number of teachers who are also part of a national group who help interpret for the news, kasi nga nakikita na there are some marginalized communities, and the reason they are marginalized is because no information gets to them, because it is not accessible information in the form of language, diba, yung mother tongue nila. So it's good that the different, especially yung mga ibang state colleges, universities, or the different private colleges and universities from all over the Philippines, it's not just a matter of accepting whatever whatever materials we get from IATF or from the Department of Health or from kung the other government agencies or government hospitals, no? But it's also making sure that the community where we are a part of are able to access these materials and information. So yun, that's my take on the sharing of our three presenters from New Era University, Mr. Kausapin, Silliman University, Attorney Ablong, and from the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Dr. Ferolin. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dean Nikki of the De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Interesting points you've raised. Now, we can discuss these issues in depth because during the open forum now, we're now open to fielding your questions. If you could send us your questions, you could type in your questions through the chat box if that's located at the bottom of your screen. And you could also raise your hands. My colleague from PNVSCA, Nika, will be reading aloud your questions. Could you start typing in, and then you can chime in now. Thank you. Now, while we're waiting for the questions, I'd like to point out that I appreciate that this webinar is very inclusive with the inclusion of the Nikki with that sign language. It reminds me of NEDA's initiative. One of the pillars of the Ambition natin 2040 is to have inclusive growth, and so having Dean Nikki doing the sign language for this webinar is a sign. It shows that indeed we are trying to get there, inclusivity. Nika, are you there? Are there questions so far?
Yes, ma'am. There are several questions in the Q&A section po. This were answered by ED Gawe, but perhaps our speakers would also like to share their insights po on the questions. So one of the questions sent po was from Miss Joy Balute, and her question is, NEU and Silliman are big universities which can on its own organize volunteers and projects. What is or are your advice for smaller colleges and universities that may not have the same amount of manpower and finances? Perhaps NEU po or Silliman would like to share their answer po or insights on the question po.
Yeah, I can answer that question. Yeah. Insofar as Silliman is concerned, we also started small. When we were founded in 1901, Silliman was just an elementary school. In fact, back then we were called a Silliman Institute. I think what's crucial really is partnering with various sectors in the community. It is true that resources are limited, and it's not just for small universities. Even big universities also have limited resources. And so it is really crucial to partner with the community and the various sectors in the community, because with many come a lot of strength. Okay, you cannot just be an island within your respective area. So it's more about touching base with various sectors and partnering with them.
Perhaps Dr. Feroline from MSU would like to add more to that, please.
Yes, it's kind of amusing this time because MHIIT was not able to really move a big chunk of its budget. So the volunteering program that has been done demands very minimal financial. What's big on these volunteering efforts are actually manual, because it's internet anyway. So it's really about people, labor, and internet access. But the only downside there is the communities that we want to reach out is a bit not really the advantage side, because they have to have access to internet. But now, since we have the social media, it's kind of very doable. So for the small universities, maybe you can just make do of these social media platforms, which does not demand a lot of budget, actually. And for information drive, it's very important.
Good point there, Dr. Feroline and Attorney Joshua. So actually it's connectivity, right? You have, regardless of whether you're a small university or a big university, connectivity is so crucial, especially in crisis times. Now the thing is, the way to communicate now is basically through online platforms. Now, for those universities in far-flung regions with weak internet, how do we go about it? What do you suggest they should do to pump this information drive to help in the country's COVID response?
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, because that's a very concrete experience we have here. Our rural people don't have this internet access. That's why we partner with a local radio station. And alas, they're able to reach these far-flung communities using radio. And it was very well received, and people are happy. The radio station was also very happy because they're able to deliver the service that they want to. So tap local radio stations.
That's a very interesting strategy, Dr. Federline. So this pandemic actually forces us in both ways, no? Two ends of the spectrum. We go online, which is actually the new technology, but it also forces us to go back to the basics, which is radio, which has been very useful since wartime or even wartime era, right? So radio.
Correct, yes.
Yes. So our media
Yes.
has been helping universities and LGUs communicate information and spread facts, not fear. That's actually the tagline of CNN: "Spread facts, not fear." Perhaps our speaker from New Era University would like to jump in as well, sir. If you could share us your thoughts.
Yes po. Sa mga colleges and universities, marami tayong mga act of kindness na pwedeng magawa sa ating community. Pero kung nais talaga natin na yung tulong na gagawin natin sa ating mga communities ay sustainable, kailangan tayong mag-formulate talaga ng isang concrete na program. And from that concrete program, pwede tayong, kung wala tayo ng mga resources na available to be able to pursue the program, we could do the linkages. We could partner with other institution na makatutulong sa atin para ma-realize natin yung concrete program na gusto nating mangyari sa community para maging sustainable. Yan po.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kalusapin. Nika, there are more questions. Could you please go ahead?
Yes po. We have another question. This was sent through Zoom chat po. This is for Dr. Ferroline. So this is from Professor Edlene Perona from Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific. For Dr. Ferroline, how is the e-play conducted? Who are the viewers and how do you assess its outcome?
Yes, the e-play was actually like 3 short stories, and the actors are students, alumni, and retired faculty, and they also mobilized because there was a baby in the scene. So this is like a story of there are 3 vignettes of stories, like an OFW daughter came home. So she has to undergo this quarantining, and the mother was so eager to see and embrace the daughter, but they could not just hold each other because of this social distancing. So the movie was able to capture the perspective of the family waiting for the OFW daughter, and also capture the struggle of the OFW daughter on her where she was put for quarantining, and another perspective of a frontliner whose wife will deliver a child on that scene. So it's a kind of a cute thing, and these are shown online using global platforms and local language, and there's open to Facebook. And so it's kind of touching. I was touched of the story. So this was it. They did some shooting on like they had shootings. There were like 3 characters of the story. They made shoots and then they play the shoots online. That's how they did the e-play.
Thanks, Dr. Ferroline. There are 4 more questions that we received. Fire away, Nika.
This one was from Facebook po. This was sent from Facebook. What is now the way forward of PNVSCA to institutionalize the volunteering efforts of HEIs?
Perhaps our panelists would like to answer that. Who among our panelists? If you could repeat the question, Nika, please.
what is now the way forward of PNVSCA to institutionalize the volunteering efforts of higher education institutions? Perhaps ED Gawe po, address to ED Gawe po yung question po.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Sana mamaya na lang after yung session ko, but anyway, our way forward for now is we are conducting many webinars as our form of advocacy and trying to engage HEIs on volunteerism efforts. But after these webinars about COVID-19 pandemic, our partners, UP Pahinungód, CHED, PASU, will have to meet and find ways on how we can really proceed with the provision of RA 9418 on the integration of volunteerism in the curriculum of HEIs. Because as we know, the efforts now are mostly on the NSTP part, on how to integrate volunteerism in NSTP, but we believe that siguro it should not be confined with NSTP, but also to other subjects. So far, that would be my answer, and we hope to invite you again in our next forum.
Well, you've just heard the executive director himself of the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. He will actually be speaking on the second part of this webinar, but glad to hear you already, Executive Director Don Gawe, my former colleague at the National Economic and Development Authority. Now, there are 3 more questions. Go ahead, please, Nika. Nika, can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry. Yes po, ma'am. This question po was sent anonymously. How do you differentiate volunteering from other forms of service in your school or community?
Who among our panelists would like to take that question? Go ahead, please.
I'd like to answer that. Yung kaibahan ng volunteering activity, it's not included in the curriculum, so it's not academic. Hindi sila ginegraduhan dun sa kanilang mga participation dun sa mga activity. Kaya merong mga extension program ang universities na yung mga volunteering work ng mga students ay talagang volunteer para sa community, and wala silang hinihintay na grades in return for participating in the activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kausapin. Anyone else from our panel who'd like to answer that question or address that question?
Yes, pretty much the same with Mr. sa New Era University. Another thing though is that aside from it's not graded, the students will, especially the students, and even the faculty, will just have to inform the university that they're doing this. And they may or they may not ask for support from the university, because in extension programs, it's advisable that they get support from the university because that's part of the outcomes that is measured. But in volunteering, it's okay. They do it themselves, and they just have to inform the university for legitimate endorsement.
Thanks very much, Dr. Federline. And indeed, volunteering, actually, you don't expect any reward, because the good deed itself and feeling good that you have done something good is the reward itself. And so go ahead, please. Nika, there are 1 or 2 more questions before the break.
Yes po. Another question from Zoom. Does extension service always mean that it has to be aligned to the program of the HEI, the program offered by the HEI? Our academy offers maritime degrees only. This was from Mr. Jester Cruz po.
I think Professor Kausapin of New Era mentioned something about volunteerism being included in the curriculum. Would you like to answer that, Mr. Kausapin?
Yes po, pagka po yung accreditation ng pag-uusapan ng mga universities, pagka tinignan po yung mga outreach program, ang isa po sa tinitignan ng mga accreditors, yung activity na ginawa ng mga estudyante, it should be aligned with their course. Kasi ang extension service po ay kaya ang tawag ay partner communities. So the partner communities benefit from the university do sa help na ginawa nila sa program. At the same time, ang university po, magbe-benefit din dahil yung estudyante, natuto sila, na-enhance nila yung kanilang skill at yung mga natutunan nila, may incorporate nila sa kanilang curriculum para lalo pang mag-improve ang curriculum ng course. Kaya mahalaga po na naka-align po yung volunteering activity po sa mga university po.
If I may have a follow-up question to that, Mr. Kausapin, because you've raised that during your presentation earlier, that volunteerism will be offered as a course that is exclusive only to New Era University, or are other universities also including that course in their curriculum? And if not, is it something that should be included in the curriculum? Because you see, after graduation, when you join the workforce, whether private sector or public sector, there are CSR initiatives where employees are encouraged also to do community work. Or is it something that should be taught early on in school? Thank you.
Ang volunteering po, yung outreach ng mga university, isa po sa core na hinahanap ng mga accreditor sa isang university pagka sila ay nag-accreditation. So not only the facility, the faculty, at also yung outreach ng university kung paano sila tumutulong sa kanilang community. So talagang part po na pananagutan tungkulin ng isang university yung community extension service po. It's
Can I respond to that?
It's not a course po.
Go ahead, Dr. Ferdinand.
Yeah. If we look at the NSTs in STP program, this actually, the first course is actually developing capacity or consciousness of the student, especially the first years, on community engagements. This is actually putting the base of developing volunteering spirit of the students. That's the NSTP. So when the students graduate from ASTP course, they can now expectedly are able to engage in community service. So I think the volunteering course is already part of the NSTP courses that has been designed already.
Thanks very much, Dr. Ferolin and Mr. Kausapin. Now we go to the last question before we take a break. Go ahead, Nika.
This is from Mr. Amado Oliva. Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges is very aggressive along community engagement. Students in our college play an important role along extension activities amid prohibitions due to the COVID-19. In your institution, how do you involve students in conducting extension activities amid these health issues?
May I answer that question?
Go ahead, Attorney Joshua.
Insofar as Silliman University is concerned, conscious of IATF guidelines for GCQ and MGCQ, prohibiting the participation of minors, particularly those who belong to the age category of 21 and below. Whenever we involve students in various community-related activities, it must be those who are beyond that age bracket. So, and there are still those who are available to render some service or volunteer service to the community. So we're not, the mere fact that there's an ongoing pandemic it should not be a stumbling block or a hindrance for students to participate.
Thanks very much, Attorney Joshua. Now that wraps up for the first half of this webinar. We're scheduled to end at 5 p.m. today. Now, before we go to the next half of this session, we will be taking a 5-minute break. So we'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Well, welcome back to this webinar hosted by the Philippine National Volunteer Service Agency of the NEDA. And we have here over 160 participants joining us today. And we have universities across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Now, I hope your minds have been refreshed with that very short break. And now we'll continue with our second session, the second half, which will present some volunteering opportunities for higher education institutions as well as for the general public. Our first speaker for the second half will discuss the various volunteering opportunities offered by the government and its partner civil society organizations. Now, Donald James Gawe is the Executive Director of the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. Director Gawe has nearly 3 decades of experience in public service, where he served in various technical and management positions in NEDA. Prior to his PNVSCA appointment, he was Assistant Director of NEDA Region 1. Kasama ko po yan si Director Gawe sa mga meetings po, sa mga board meetings ng NEDA at sa bisita rin po ng mga probinsya. Mahusay po, si Director Gawe, and I'm so happy he's been promoted and appointed by President Duterte. As one of the NEDA leaders, he has been directly involved in advocating for volunteerism as a tool for inclusive growth. He has also actively participated in various social, civic, religious, and professional organizations which regularly conduct outreach projects for the underprivileged. Binibigay ko po ngayon na isa sa ginagalang kong opisyal ng gobyerno, si Director Don Gawe. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lois, for those kind words, as well as for accepting our invitation to serve as our moderator for today's event, even with a very short notice. Pero mukhang mas maganda pala na short notice kasi nahuhuli ka namin. Pero I think talagang nangingibabaw din sa iyo ang dugong pagka-volunteer or yung dugong public service. But anyway, good afternoon everyone. I'll start by sharing my life story. Maikli lang dahil magagahol tayo sa oras. So as you have heard, Dr. Grace, she said I'm new at PNVSCA. And you know, whenever I meet friends, they would say, sa PNVSCA ka pala, PNVSCA na lang siguro para mas madaling mabigkas, no? Dahil sa 6 na titik ay isa lang ang bawel. So ang haba, Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. So I hope for those of you na ngayon nyo lang nakilala ang PNVSCA ay matatandaan nyo na po. And you know, as I was saying, they would say, oh, I would like to be a volunteer. And the next statement that they will say is that, paano ba yan? How can we volunteer? No? And even without me responding to their question, sila rin ay nagtutuloy. Sabi nila, I want to help communities, I want to help the poor, the needy, yung parang sa Biblia ba? So these answers to their questions are actually points to something else, yung parang na-stereotype ang volunteerism dito sa bansa natin, no? Na parang it's only for some selected disciplines or sectors. With our 4 partners, next slide please. Yeah, mabuti na lang we have our partners, the UP Pahinungód, the Commission on Higher Education, which is represented here now by, I think we have some CHED friends from Region 1. No? Si Director Cherry Melanie Diego is attending the NBank session now of the Commission, kaya hindi siya nakasama ngayon. Of course, yung ating President ng Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, and yung DLSU, College of St. Benilde. Sabi namin, paano kaya natin somehow mababago itong pagka-stereotype. And sabi namin, siguro maaring tingnan natin sa aspeto ng education, especially sa higher education, because education plays an important role in the transmission of culture. In Region 4, when we prepared the traffic master plan, somebody from the social development sector suggested that we think that for us to effectively implement the traffic master plan, we should include the values component. And sinuggest na, di ba nung bata tayo, ay lahat ng sinasabi ng teacher o yung mga anak natin, mga apo natin, lahat ay pagka sinabi ni teacher ay sinusunod. So siguro if we include traffic management or principles, ay baka yung mga bata naman magtuturo sa kanilang mga magulang to obey traffic rules. So the same with volunteerism, no? And in fact, as mentioned also by Dr. Grace, it's actually mentioned in the Republic Act 9418 or the Volunteer Act of 2007, yung integration ng volunteerism in the basic and higher education curriculum. Hopefully towards our vision of volunteerism or volunteering as a way of life of every Filipino. That's the reason why itong apat na organizations na ito ay nag-band together, nag-partner to advocate volunteerism sa HEIs. And as we have seen in the presentations, ay ang HEIs, napakalaking resource po yan. Meron tayong mga faculty, staff, students, and alumni who we can mobilize as volunteers. At siguro, maintindihan din natin na, as I've said, masyadong minsan na stereotype ang volunteerism. Kaya hindi natin nakikita yung ibang maraming opportunities ng volunteerism, even without yung resources, no? Big resources. Like for example, data analytics, helping local government units interpret their data, conduct surveys, at siguro meron pang ibang ways in which our HEIs can do volunteering work kahit wala masyadong resources na gagamitin. Minsan yung aking mga friends ay nagagalit sa akin. Sabi ko, hindi naman tayo sana puro consultancy. Let's also find time, lalo na ngayong pandemya, na gamitin yung ating kakayahan, yung ating skills to do some volunteering work. And of course, we know na if we become relevant, if our institutions are relevant to the places we are in, that's also good business. No? So yun po yung aming pakay kung bakit talagang kami lumalapit sa lahat ng HEIs to really promote volunteerism. And with this, we can see a lot of volunteering efforts. Next slide, please. And I would like to introduce to you the initiatives we are doing at PNVSCA, which we believe that our HEIs can easily help or participate, partner with us. First one is the Be a Volunteer online platform, Balik Ka Bayanihan campaign, and also yung isa ngayon, which is really directly responding to COVID-19, yung engaging the CSOs for COVID-19. Our office is tasked to spearhead itong initiative na ito. And the fourth is, some of you are familiar with our search for outstanding volunteers. Nakikita namin ngayon, siguro we can dispense muna yung usual na search na ginagawa natin, but focus on siguro recognizing our volunteers for COVID-19. Next slide, please. So ito po, how can HEIs be part of this? No, how can you support us with this? Even your students, your faculty, alumni. So March, nung nagka-lockdown tayo, naisip natin paano kaya yung maitutulong natin to the government as well as organization needing volunteers to augment their workers, especially frontline workers and other work that we need to do. So we launched yung volunteer platform. So that's our website, pnvsca.gov.ph. All you need to do is to click yung mga my picture dyan ng mga frontliners, yung nakalagay na be a volunteer. And in the next slide, we'll see the mechanism. So in that website, that will actually lead you to a form, sign-up form, where you can sign up as an individual or as an organization. Know what is the volunteering work you would like to offer. But again, it is here where yun nga yung mindset natin on what volunteering work we can offer. Karamihan na iniisip ay sa front lines. Kaya siguro that's one of the reason why medyo maliit pa rin yung sign-ups natin. But if you look at some calls of various organizations, call for volunteers like UP College of Sociology, I think, nag-publish sila on book editors, writers, etc. So you can actually identify those volunteering offer that you want organizations. And in that sign-up form, you can also indicate the organization you would like to work with. Kung tayo naman ay may sobra na pera, we can also indicate there that we can donate either cash or in kind. We can identify the organization where we would like to give our donation. No, so yung mga women dyan na maraming bag na malalaki na siguro ayaw na, pwede natin i-donate. No? And if you are also an organization needing some volunteers, you can also sign up there as a possible beneficiary. So, paano ba yung matching ng supply and need? So, itong online platform natin, this is not completely online, pero merong human intervention. We believe that doon sa region, sa ground level, you are in the better position to really know the supply and the demand. So what we do is we send to our counterparts sa NEDA regional offices. Since wala kaming regional office sa PNVSCA, it's the NEDA regional offices that are doing yung matching for us. And it's actually here where you can come into the picture, no? Help in matching the demand and the supply, identification of the supply, who would like to volunteer and probably help our NEDA regional offices, no, in deploying these volunteers. And of course, you can also be volunteer yourselves, your organization. So very simple lang po yung volunteer platform. And this, as I've said, I think if you would agree or you would like to help, ay malaking tulong po sa atin. Because at the early part of the pandemic, dito actually natin nakikita na mukhang hindi nagmamatch yung demand and supply natin. No? Maraming gustong mag-volunteer. But of course, kasama na rin kasi sa mga restrictions, quarantines, kaya medyo nahirapan. Okay po. Next slide. So yun po yung via volunteer platform. And other initiative na nakikita namin na kailangan ng ating HEI is the Balik-Kabayanihan campaign. So kasama dito, as I've said, nung launch natin yung via volunteer platform, merong early sign-ups na I would say medyo maswerte tayo. Yung una actually is the multi-SIS. So if you have heard of the staysafe.ph, yung owner, si President David Almirol, was one of the early sign-ups. And he said that we would like to develop a contact tracing platform in staysafe.ph. So the status of this app is, until now, this is the only approved, IATF approved contact tracing app. And for those of you living in the cities, this is very useful because if you get inside a facility, a mall, or a restaurant na gumagamit ng QR code, you don't have to sign up yung mga papel doon, contact tracing. You just get the QR code and nare-record na. So, and this would really help the government sa contact tracing. And the second one is the ATICHA, Overseas Workers Initiative. This is a non-government organization based in Calabarzon. And nung una, sabi din ni Miss Mai, paano ako mag-volunteer dyan? And then after a while, nag-submit na rin, nag-sign up, and she said, okay, I'll make a concept note on how to coordinate all efforts to help the volunteers, coordinate the efforts of the civil society. So she came up with the Balik Kabayanihan concept. And since mabilis ang NGO na katrabaho, tayo kailangan respond din kaagad, and together with the OWA and RCO, National Reintegration Coordination Office, I think the OWA, mabilisan na firm up itong partnership agreement. And so the Balik Kabayanihan campaign was launched in August. Sige, next slide please, para mapasadahan natin. So of course, the purpose here is to provide COVID-19 displaced and repatriated OFWs and their families with sustainable livelihood opportunities in the country. So I think si Ma'am from MSU narinig ko kanina about OFWs. So ang pinaka-rationale behind is that the OFWs have saved our countries during our economic turndown. So it's a high time naman to help them. Because before, yung characteristic of our OFWs is that they are everywhere. So during the financial crisis in 1999, hindi tayo gaanong naapektuhan Asian financial crisis because some of our OFWs are in Europe and in other parts of the world. But now na pandemya, lahat ay apektado. So ngayon, marami sa kanila na repatriate. So our main strategy in this campaign is to mobilize technical assistance from diaspora, migrant organizations, civil society organizations, kasama na rin dito ang academe, development agencies, and private sector to help the returnees access capital market training, where our HEIs are very relevant, and some of our SUCs might be able to provide some capital assistance, no? And consultancy services to start, scale up, or strategize their business. And of course, also in job facilitation. And engage the support and participation of the national and local government through mapping and provision of access to their services that can assist the reintegration of OFWs. So hindi naman pwedeng training lang or mentoring, but our government agencies, meron naman sa silang regular programs. So to ensure sustainability of these efforts, ay sila kasama dito sa Balik Kabayanihan program. Sige, next slide please. Okay, so how can the volunteer organization, volunteer individuals help? They can help by adopting a returnee to be able to mentor until business is set up or re-strategize. So our volunteer can be faculty members na nagtuturo ng business, entrepreneurship, or even they have businesses themselves, no? So they can help in mentoring. and adopt an OFW group business social enterprise to be able to assist the organization until they are able to start or strategize their business. Other services would include training on starting business, linking to supply chain. If you are starting your own business, it's very hard, no? Hindi mo alam saan ba ang supply. So I think yung ating College of Business Administration can help in here. Financial assistance, raw materials and equipment, psychosocial counseling, as mentioned earlier, administrative and other services. So marami dito, I think, na pwedeng matugunan ng ating HEIs. Next. So target beneficiaries, as we have mentioned, are the OFW returnees and their families. And to know more about the Balikkabayanihan, it's very easy. Nandyan po lahat sa balikkabayanihan.org. Next, please. In fact, at this very moment and until tomorrow, I am University of Rizal System because ATICA is based in 4A. Very active yung kanilang Committee on Migration and Development, and they have partner institutions, SUCs and other HEIs, is actually conducting a webinar on how to start a business. No, balita ko ang dami daw nilang participants all over the country. But to be part of this, you have to register. No, i-open natin yung balikkabayanihan.org. So if you are an organization, you can register as a partner. If you are an individual, say a professor who would like to help mentor, you can register as an individual. So madali naman and very friendly yung web page. Next please. Okay, so yon. So OFW information, para to be officially part of this campaign, you have to register here, and also so that you will be able to be given the list of repatriated OFWs, you have to enter this itong portal na ito, so that and this will help also the government in mapping saan ba yung nagkukulang yung services for the OFWs. So it would help if you want to participate in here, you need to register in this portal. Next. Okay, so that is about the Be a Volunteer online platform and the Balikkabayanihan campaign. And the second two strategies, which again, we believe that the HEIs can be tapped or can help mobilize volunteers, is the CSO engagement for COVID-19. This is an initiative of the IATF's sub-task group on governance. The idea here is for government organizations, most especially, baka they can mobilize the existing CSO partners that would include academic institutions, no, to implement COVID-19 response and recovery initiatives. And the last one is the search for outstanding COVID-19 volunteers. Next, please. Okay. So, ito po, meron tayong with this initiative, DILG came up with a memorandum circular on how to engage CSO and NU, so academic institutions, public and private. So now that you have heard from me, even without receiving this DILG circular, it would be nice to get in touch with your local government units where you are based, because they are the ones tasked din to orchestrate or to facilitate sana itong mechanism na ito on how HEIs, how CSOs can participate doon sa COVID-19 response nila. So para hindi nagduduplicate yung efforts, it would be the local government unit. If you are not comfortable naman working with the local government unit, pwede tayong lumapit sa municipal, local government officer of the DILG or at the provincial level, and see where our HEI can help. No, what are the priorities ng province and the local government unit. And next slide is the search for outstanding COVID-19 volunteer. I have seen a question about incentives, no? While it's good also that volunteers are given incentives or to incentivize volunteerism. Pero kung yung motive mo talaga ay tumulong, no, with or without incentives, no. So sometimes actually we call this as yung pagbibigay ng siguro means for them to do their volunteering work, no, because baka naman they are willing to do volunteering activities pero wala naman silang pamasahe, wala silang means. So this is also an area where other volunteers can come in. Ito naman yung mga sobrang resources, they might like to donate, so they will volunteer for the volunteers. But itong slide that I'm showing you now is in December. This is the volunteer month. We'd like to recognize yung mga outstanding volunteers natin for COVID-19 who really went out of their way to help, no, in spite of the risk, no, ay nakagawa pa rin sila ng volunteering efforts. And our yung hinihingi namin na participation ninyo is to help us disseminate, identify. Baka we have some faculty members, we have students who did volunteering work. If you can also nominate, participate in this, because this is also one way for us to really promote volunteerism, hopefully not only as a crisis management strategy, but as a development strategy. So I guess with these presentations, marami tayong pwedeng maisip pa na volunteering work. I know that you have many things in mind now, volunteering work that your universities, your colleges would like to pursue. That's all for my presentation, Ms. Lois. And that's the form, no? So in the materials that you will be getting, kindly also download this and disseminate this to our alumni, faculty, students. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Executive Director Don Gawe of the PNVSCA. To those of you who have just learned what PNVSCA does, well, I hope you've been introduced to the kind of work that this volunteer agency of NEDA does. Now, the deadline is nearing for the nomination for the volunteer award. That's just barely 3 weeks from now. The deadline is October 30. Now, we've seen that the kind from the kind of volunteerism that we know before the crisis, which is from the front lines, volunteerism now has gone online, and you've been introduced to two platforms, which Director Gawe has mentioned: the Be a Volunteer platform, which is supported by the US Peace Corps and the USAID, and the second one is Balika Bayanihan, which is also an online campaign. And we've also learned here that volunteering is not just about monetary help or monetary support, but it could also be training support of technical assistance for returning OFWs, as well as linking them to supply. And it comes in both ways. It could be you can adopt a returnee, or you could also adopt a business of an OFW. Now, so that's a PNVSCA. We now move on to the next speaker, who will discuss online volunteering. And we'll hear from Mr. Stephen Sungkip. Mr. Sungkip is the country representative and program manager for CUSO International in the Philippines. He previously volunteered in Nigeria, West Africa for 3 years through the International Volunteer Program of Voluntary Services Overseas. Mr. Sungkip holds a master's degree in development economics from the University of the Philippines School of Economics. Please welcome Dr. or Mr. Sungkip.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lois, for the kind introduction. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So I move on. So I'm going to present today the e-volunteering program of our organization, CUSO International. So we have titled the presentation, The Value of E-Volunteering, Harnessing the Power of the Internet for Social Good. I have divided my presentation into two parts. The first one, I'm just going to give you an overview of our global e-volunteering program. And then the second part is focusing on the Philippine experience. What has been our experience and what are also our lessons from those experiences. All right, can we, next slide, please. All right, so CUSO International is actually a Canadian NGO. We are founded in 1961. Our headquarters is in Ottawa, Canada. And we are, for the last 5 years, we are working in 21 countries, no, until this 2020. But most of our current programs have ended in 2020. So that number of countries has actually gone down. We are working in Asia, we are working in Africa, and we are also working in Latin America. We have different international volunteering models, no? And one of which is actually an e-volunteering program. I'll be discussing that in a bit, no? Next slides, please. So basically, the way we work is our organization, we work to reduce poverty and inequality through the efforts of our highly skilled volunteers. By the way, the average age of our international volunteers is 43. So it's kind of skewed because we have retirees, but we also have those that have just, have gained some few years of experience, no? And our volunteers, our partners in the country where we are working, but also our compassionate donors. So most of the main donor for us, no, is the Government of Canada through the Global Affairs Canada. Next, please. So as I mentioned, so we have all this, we call this volunteering for development model, and we have different e-volunteering model, volunteer for development models. And one of which is what we call the e-volunteer model, or online volunteering, or virtual volunteering, or remote volunteering. No? Next slide, please. So the way we look at it, no, we define the e-volunteering program as a way of collaborating, a way of advising, mentoring, or even completion of tasks off-site for the organization for which a person is volunteering in an online capacity. No? So basically, it's using the power of the internet. No? So the benefits of this, no, unlike the traditional volunteering model, so the benefits of this is actually there's much more flexible working arrangements. No, we can engage a much wider demographic, no, because anyone who is available, who can work online, who knows how to use some online tools, can and have the skills to offer, can actually, join the e-volunteering program, and it can be a global connection. No, our e-volunteering program, usually it lasts for 3 months. Usually, like, the e-volunteer spends 2 to 7 hours per week. But again, this is based on project requirements and also based on the agreement, no, between the e-volunteer and the partner or the host organization. So in terms of the task, it could be any task. No, next, please. So in CUSO, we have developed our framework. We call it our e-volunteering journey. So this is actually the beginning of the e-volunteer assignment until the end of the e-volunteering assignment. So that's how we evaluate the whole thing. So it starts from the requests, no, from the partner organization in the country where we are working. And then there's a process, the matching, the assessment, it's all online. And then there is the e-volunteer acceptance. There is a formal acceptance of the assignment. And then there is a formal orientation that will happen after the acceptance. And then there is the, we call it the work agreement. No? They sign the work agreement, which is basically detailing the scope of work, the timeline, the responsibilities of the partner, the e-volunteer, as well as the expected outputs. And then the work begins, no, for up to 3 months, no, and then after that is we do a kind of an evaluation. At the end of that, we do an evaluation to see how that e-volunteering assignment has actually helped or contributed value to the partner organization, to the recipient of the e-volunteer, or to the e-volunteer as well. No? And then that's the end of the e-volunteer. We close it formally, and that's the end. And then the e-volunteer is placed in a roster, and that e-volunteer can also become re-e-volunteer or can become a regular volunteer for QSO. Next, please. So for us, we kind of divided our e-volunteering services into two, no? The e-mentoring, the mentoring part, but also the hard part, which is really the technical assistance, no? And I'll be discussing more. I think for Philippines, no, our experience is really on the technical assistance side, not so much on the e-volunteer, but I know that there were some international volunteers who also had e-mentors, no, from their home countries. So in terms of technical assistance, it can be in the form of a business development, no? It could be like project management, accounting, business planning, market research, financial analysis, no? It can be in the area of communication, social media, translation services, no? Grant writing. It can also be in the form of a design for those that are into creatives, no? Like animation, brochures, reports, logo design. Even right now, like developing an infographic material, no? Education. So it can be in the form of supporting, develop a curriculum, or conducting, or simply, let's say, edit a module, a training module or something, you know, or IT support, no, web development, website design, and other things, no. So it's actually kind of open, no, and that's the good thing about the e-volunteering program, because we can actually find people from different parts of the world who can provide the expertise and provide the support to our partners in the country. Next, please. So now, what have we learned from our e-volunteering program? The e-volunteering program actually, when it started, it was a result of the survey that we conducted among the alumni, and that's many years back, no? And what that survey found out, the alumni, the international volunteers, alumni, no? 60% of them actually were still connected to their partners overseas, no? And providing some kind of support remotely. So we thought, so the international volunteers are still there. So why don't, we develop it into an e-volunteering program and formalize it? And QSO International is actually the first of the Canadian NGOs that implemented the e-volunteering program. So what have we learned? No, the e-volunteering program, it actually yielded higher results. Results in terms because it's short term, so the work can be finished in 1 month to 3 months. No, so the results are better compared to a regular international volunteer program where it can last from 6 months to 1 year or 2 years. No, there's a wide access. We're able to have access to a wider range of expertise. So we have from our alumni in Canada and other parts of the world, but also in the universities, in the top universities in Canada. So we have partnerships, for instance, with the University of British Columbia, University of Toronto, Carleton University, and many other universities in Canada. No?
It's also in terms of cost, no, it's low cost compared to the traditional international e-volunteering model. It's also there's low carbon footprint, no, because they don't have to leave their homes, their countries. They are at home. What we also found out that the group e-volunteers compared to the e-volunteers, no, the individual e-volunteers, the group e-volunteers perform better than individual e-volunteer. No? In terms of recruitment, it's much faster. Usually, we can find a person in one week to 4 weeks, no, or 1 month. It's faster, and they can start the work right away. There's also a greater demand, no. I mean, there's a greater supply. There are so many people who are wanting to e-volunteer, but the problem is the demand is lower, no, than the supply, no. So those are some of the key achievements, and what are our key challenges, no, in implementing our e-volunteering program. So I remember when we started in 2016, no, and it's one of the programs that I was promoting to our partners in the country, and it was hard, no, it was hard for many of our partners to actually understand how it's going to work, no. So so the partners buy in an awareness, no. There's also a lack of resources because, for instance, we have some partners that are in Samar Leyte. Internet is a problem. We have partners in Bicol. Internet is also a problem. So that's the technology side, the connectivity side. Another aspect is the time zone difference. Many of our e-volunteers, they are from Canada. So it's like 12 hours or 16 hours time difference. No, depends on where they are in the parts of the country. So that which is also for some local partners, it's kind of challenging, no, to accommodate time zone differences, partner-led placements, no. So again, it's all our e-volunteers. We don't push it to our partners. We ask our partners to come and request for support, no. And so normally, because there's low buy-in to that, so there's also small placements request, no, from our partners. And of course, the capacity also to manage our partners' capacity to manage e-volunteers. Remember, this is also new for them. So, and the language barrier, no, and some of them don't have experience on volunteer management, much more working with an e-volunteer who is a foreigner. And of course, there are a few cases where we had e-volunteers or partners, no, even partners withdrawing in the middle of the game, withdrawing from the engagements, no. So these are our key lessons and that learned from our e-volunteering program. Next slide, please. All right. So I'll be sharing with you our experience, no, in the Philippines. So from 2017, beginning 2017 until 2020, we have actually mobilized a total of 57 e-volunteers. 22 of them are individuals, meaning they are persons, no, who just sign up for to be an e-volunteer. The other group is 35. We have e-classroom students, and I think this is a part where probably the higher education institutions might be interested in. No? So because of our partnership with several universities in Canada, so we actually work with them and their professors, and 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 then they come up with their own classroom projects, no? And usually these projects are actually embedded in their subjects, and then the professors or the university are looking for projects overseas, no, that the students can work on. And then that's where the matching comes in. If we have requests, so they come, and then we kind of assess if there is a match to that. And then the work is actually supervised by the professor. So there's, in terms of output quality, so we are assured that before the report is signed off, it has undergone a review by the professors. No? So in terms of the gender, so we have 33 or 34 female e-volunteers and then 23 male e-volunteers. And then all of them produced a total of 1,637 hours of e-volunteer work. No? So that's a lot. No? And in terms of the value, again, we imputed the value here. So it's like 200 Canadian dollars per hour. Of course, the e-volunteers are not paid, but this is for our internal reporting. So we imputed the value, and that's 200 Canadian dollar per hour. So that's a total of 46,771 Canadian dollars in kind contribution. All right. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to share with you, these are just some of the e-volunteer success stories. These are individual e-volunteers, no? So these are, you see all of them are adults, no? Some of them are taking up their MBAs, no? Or some of them are actually close to retirement. One of them is close to retirement. And that's actually, and if you look at the timeline, they were engaged, no? So it varies, no? Some stayed longer. So let's say, for instance, Shona Tanner, so worked with one of our partners and she helped develop a curriculum, no, for a training program. Jordan Macaulay is a data analyst. So the person helped us analyze the raw data. We conducted a baseline survey, and what he did is analyze the raw data, and then the other person, Taylor House, helped collaborate with Jordan, and he put together a report. No? And then Curtis Harris is our guide development editor. So what he did is just simply edit the entire document and made corrections, no, to make sure that the document is well written. No? Next slide, please. All right. So the other part is the e-volunteering classrooms, no, that I mentioned earlier. So these are the two examples. We have other examples, but these are the two examples that I'm sharing with you. So the first one, this is actually a research project under Professor Marilyn Steckley, entitled Agribusiness Opportunities for Women and Youth in the Philippines, particularly in Leyte and Samar and Region 6. No? So what they did, they helped us, the students, no, under the supervision of the professor, conducted a research, no, which is basically from secondary data and then also from key informant interviews, no, and then they come up with a report, and then after that, so this is part of their course requirements, no. So they are graded. I know there are others, like earlier it was mentioned that some volunteer activity, it's not graded, but in this case it's part of their course, it's part of their curriculum. And then the other one is another research project under Dr. Richard Price of the University of the British Columbia, which is entitled Poverty Analysis for Region 6 and Region 8. So again, the research outputs of these students, of these classroom e-volunteer projects, no, it became it's an input to our programming in the country. Next slide, please. All right. So this is another example. So this is actually a picture of the work, no, of our e-volunteers. So you will see here, for instance, the reports, the two classroom reports, it's there. And then the other one is a Facebook page of one of our partners in Samar Leyte. So an e-volunteer kind of work with them and redesign their Facebook page. And then on the lower portion, you will see the guides, no, that we developed. And again, the guides underwent an editing review from one of the e-volunteers. No? Okay, next slide, please. All right. So how do we see what's the future for the e-volunteering program? No, so because I think for us, we have gone ahead, no, and we have gained a lot of experience from different countries, no. So I think we are happy to provide the capacity building support, no, to partners who would need that support, no. The second also is we see this as a post-COVID, no? So it's going to be probably a combination of regular international volunteer assignments, but at the same time, with an e-volunteering component, no? And of course, because it's all technology, so we want to target students and young people who are very close to the digital technology, those who are tech savvy, who know how to use the different tools online and how to work remotely, how to work, use different tools to work with others from different parts of the world, remotely. So this is how we see it. And I think because of this pandemic, I think probably now, a lot of people will probably appreciate now the value of e-volunteers. Unlike before, when we were selling it to our partners, it was not easy. But now, because of the pandemic, people have shifted to online, like the webinars now that we are doing, and all online collaborations. So we hope that there will be more interest in the e-volunteering program in the coming months. Next slide, please. So I think that's all. That's all for my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Stephen, the country representative of CUSO International, for that presentation on e-volunteering. So you've actually, one of the key takeaways is creating or harnessing a pool of e-volunteers, as I've mentioned earlier, and as Director Gawe also mentioned, that from the front lines, volunteering work has now gone online. So we'll discuss that later during the open forum. Now, for our next speaker for this second half, we have Mr. Carmelo John Vidal. Mr. Carmelo John Vidal, who's a holder of Doctor of Philosophy, is the Dean of the Graduate School of University of Luzon. He's an educator specializing on public and business administration, educational management, development education, contemporary social problems, and research. He also serves as the corporate secretary of Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers. He is a multifaceted program head with extensive experience in extension services, community outreach, youth development, citizenship training, alternative and adult education, and national service training. Please welcome Dr. Vidal. Dr. Vidal, is he online yet? Okay, we're just having sort of technical issues here. Dr. Vidal, if we could jump in, please. Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear.
Cool.
I'm sorry about the technical glitch. We're having a intermittent connection here in our place right now.
That's all right. That's always been an issue for online educators.
All right. So, okay. All right. Can you see my slides, ma'am?
Yes, Dr. Vidal, we could see the slides presentation and we can hear you. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Masantos yang aram, udsikay namin. That's our way of saying good afternoon in our dialect, Pangasinan. Maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon to all. Allow me please at this point in time to share to you some of the initiatives of the member institutions of the organization called Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated. So let me begin by way of an introduction of our modest organization called PSNEI, also known as PSNE. It has its beginning alongside with the the organization called the Association of CWTS Implementers of the Philippines sometime in 2003, immediately following the first of its national seminar workshop on the implementation of NSTP. At that time, the focus was only CWTS program. In the later years, since there was a need to expand the reaching out to the other program components, not only CWTS, it provided the impetus to coming up with a more encompassing organization, which was later on called the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers, and thereby the founding was formalized sometime in 2004 upon filing the Articles of Incorporation and bylaws with the Securities and Exchange Commission. In 2006, the Securities and Exchange Commission issued the registration to this organization under CN 2003-24975. And after the registration to address the issues and concerns of the implementation of NSTP across the archipelago, the officers of the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers amended the Articles of Incorporation, and this was duly approved in July 25, 2008. Moving on, at this point in time, the organization has about 300 life members, 1,000 regular members, more or less 200 higher education institutions, both public and private, and other organizations in the 16 regions of the country. And the founding president is Dr. Florida Sila Bugin, and the immediate past president is Dr. Rafael B. Carobin, the former president of ISSPC in Ilocos Sur. And currently, the organization is under the tutelage of Major Ermi Pava of Region 10. Allow me to introduce to you the executive officers and the executive committee of the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers. We are supposed to hold the election this year, supposedly last May 2020, but because of the pandemic, the officers are fulfilling their respective responsibilities alongside their different positions on a holdover capacity. And sooner, God permits, we shall be convening for purposes of election. The organization is anchored on the following vision and mission statements. The organization envisions for the holistic transformation of the youth and other members of the society and empowering them for service to the nation. The relevance of this organization is very much premised on the mandates of Republic Act 9163, otherwise known as the NSTP Act of 2001. So Philippine Society of NSTP Educators is a dynamic and synergistic service-oriented group composed of committed implementers of NSTP, or the National Service Training Program, and its components, it being the following. So we have CWTS, or Civic Welfare Training Service. We have the Literacy Training Service, and then we have the Reserve Officer Training Corps. Providing opportunities for the enhancement of their capabilities, technical assistance, and consultancy services to contribute significantly in upholding the role of the youth and members of the organization in the task of nation building. And this is done by promoting civic consciousness and defense preparedness. So having mentioned NSTP, allow me to discuss further on this as I introduce formally what we do in the organization and why the raison d'etre of the organization. And it's for purposes of the implementation of the National Service Training Program and the National Service Reserve Corps. But what is NSTP and what is NSRC? NSTP, based on the stipulations of the law, is a program aimed at enhancing civic consciousness and defense preparedness in the youth. And this is done by developing the ethics of service and patriotism while undergoing any of its three program components. The three program components are actually a combination of non-military and military training service components, as mentioned earlier. So then what about NSRC? NSRC refers to the organization composed of graduates of Civic Welfare Training Service and Literacy Training Service components of the National Service Training Program. It is understood that the graduates of ROTC are Army automatically become Army reservists. So the graduates of the non-military program components are absorbed and automatically are made part of the organization called NSRC. And allow me to just highlight the provisions of Section 11 of RA 9163. So there is hereby created a National Service Reserve Corps to be composed of the graduates of the non-ROTC components. So members of this corps may be tapped by the state for literacy and civic welfare activities through the joint efforts of the Department of National Defense, the Commission on Higher Education, and the Technical Education Skills Development Authority. So concomitant to the aims of Republic Act 9163, the organization is committed to ensure the proper and relevant implementation of NSTP and NSRC in the transformation of the Filipino into proactive partners in community and national development, consistent with the declaration of policy of the NSTP law to it. So it is hereby affirmed the prime duty of the government to serve and protect its citizens. In turn, it shall be the responsibility of all citizens to defend the security of the state, and in fulfillment thereof, the government may require each citizen to render personal military or civil service. So on the basis of this particular mandate of the program, the implementation of NSTP is anchored on the certain principles like service learning. So one of the means to increase students' civic consciousness and community engagement is service learning, which is an approach that integrates community services with instruction to apply what students have learned inside the classroom to the real world context in order to concretize learning and, more importantly, strengthen civic and community responsibilities. This trust is very evident in the study conducted by Morgan in 1999, where civic values were developed in students through quality service learning programs. So more positive effects on students' ability to help others, work well with other people, respect for others, and view the world from the other perspectives were also observed in students who were engaged in service learning. So service learning can be done in one's own community through partnering educational communities with community organizations and or outside one's country or community. In the Philippines, one of the many service learnings, of course, is what we do in NSTP. So you might ask me now, what about in this time of pandemic? So how are we promoting service learning in NSTP? In order to respond to the clarion call for review of the curriculum alongside the current situation, the Commission on Higher Education, in an attempt to provide the basis for the implementation of NSTP and NSRC, had series of initiatives. Among others, we have the webinar series that focus on the transitioning of the delivery of the program to flexible learning mode. This initiative of the Commission on Higher Education, particularly under the auspices of the Office of Student Development and Services, under the leadership of we have under the leadership of Dr. Silvet Gunigundo, okay, consistent with the guidelines set forth by IATF and CHED through COVID-19 Advisory Number 7 and other related issuances, mandating flexible learning as the mode of instruction is starting August 2020. There is a need to review and revise the present structure and format of the implementation of the National Service Training Program, and that is to give emphasis on the conduct of different activities in support of the three program components. So the proposal was put across by the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated to the Commission on Higher Education, Office of the Student Development Services, in order to fulfill the following objectives. So we have deepened the understanding of the NSTP implementers on the basic concepts, principles, and considerations underpinning the transition of the NSTP delivery to flexible learning. Enhance the competencies of the NSTP implementers as to migration of the delivery of NSTP from the traditional approach to FL inspired, and forge better appreciation of FL as applied to NSTP and the confidence in going about the transition process. So the proposed training, or the training program that was conducted rather, it was segmented in three parts to aid in the realization of the outcomes for flexible learning readiness and effectiveness of the NSTP trainers. So the first part of the training was to equip the trainers on the basic theories, concepts, and principles. The second component delved on the elements and requirements of training in the context of flexible learning. And the third was a two-part series that featured approaches and NSTP trainers in venturing into the establishment of a learning management system and in developing topic modules based on the revised minimum learning standards. So in the attempt to make the implementation of NSTP relevant even in times of pandemic, so the different higher education institutions also had their own initiatives in an attempt to take part in addressing solutions, or in coming up with activities and projects in support of finding cure and looking into how we can alleviate the condition brought about by the pandemic. So this particular presentation will highlight some of the initiatives that were undertaken by the different higher education institutions across the archipelago. So the activities range from relief of operations, okay? Like for example, we have that of the Pahinungód Pamilya, which is a relief operations. And in this particular activity, okay, by the University of Luzon, it was conducted in partnership with the following groups. We have the Alumni Association, we have the social civic organizations, the local government units, and the higher education institutions in the area. And where the target beneficiaries are mentioned in the brief description, okay, like the employees of the institution itself, we have the community partners, and of course the frontliners as recipients of the series of relief operations. And this particular activity was conducted in many of the higher education institutions, in addition to the mentioned higher education institution. We also have from Nueva Vizcaya State University assistance to frontliners, and this was conducted in partnership with the Nueva Vizcaya Police Mobile Force Company. And the audience says and beneficiaries served are the nurses, doctors, men in uniform, and the like. And we also have another activity on the establishment of health and safety protocols. And this is to address initially the needs of the higher education institution. And this was under the initiatives of the NSTP department, or the NSTP unit of Assumption College of Davao. So the higher education institution, okay, targeted targeted the ACD community, okay, aside from the institution itself. And this particular activity was implemented in line with the guidelines set by the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, Resolution number 61, on the reduction of transmission of COVID-19, and the Management Council resolutions pertaining to institutional protocols against COVID-19, and thereby implementing strictly the health and safety protocols, not only in the institution but in the partner communities. We also have activities like assistance to frontliners. This pertain to the distribution of relief goods, plus conduct of a spiritual and moral support to frontliners. We have the assistance to the men in uniform to augment their logistics and to uplift their moral and spiritual in these times of crisis. Also from Assumption College of Davao, we have an activity that address food supply, and this was in partnership with METSA and Emulayan Farm Los Amigos, targeting the employees of the higher education institution, where the Office of the NSTP CWTS, together with the Community Engagement and Service Office, continued its partnership with METSA. METSA stands for Moral, Economic, Technological, Socio-Spiritual Aspirations for Women and Men, as well as engagements with the Davao City's best women organic farmers, kababaihang nagtataglay ng bihirang lakas, or women with exemplary strength in advancing the advocacy for organic agriculture as a vehicle for rural development. So this was undertaken, okay, by the NSTP CWTS, okay, in Davao. We also have assistance to drug surrenderers. So in the project title was dubbed Engaging in Responsible and Sustainable NSTP Engagement Project for the Voluntary Submission for Reformation of Persons with Recovery amidst the pandemic. So this was held in partnership with the Archdiocesan Social Action Center, SKP2, the City Anti-Drug Abuse Council, and the Barangay Anti-Drug Abuse Councils in the city of Davao, where the target beneficiaries are the indigent drug surrenderers in the area. So this activity, which was also referred to as Sagop Kinabuhi, which has its literal translation in English as Save a Life, adopts the framework advocated by the Department of Health. This is known as Project Paglaum, aiming to establish a mechanism of support for about 200 drug surrenderies in Barangay Lapu-Lapu in Agdao, Davao City, in their efforts to reintegrate the drug surrenderers in the mainstream of the society. So this is in support of the City Anti-Drug Abuse Council Community-Based Rehabilitation and Aftercare Program, or CBRAP. So in Cebu, particularly Cebu Technological University, launched its project on COVID-19 assistance or task force, and this was spearheaded by the Danao campus of CTU in partnership with private entities and local government units. So this project involved the fabrication or production of personal protective equipment, and this is to assist the production of PPEs and other health-related essentials to help in the prevention of the spread of coronavirus. A similar activity was also launched in its Argao campus. So we have the higher education institution focusing on the making of personal protective equipment. We have also the project titled Face Mask and Face Shield Making by Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology. So the institution engaged into the making of face masks and face shield, and in order to minimize expenses, the concerned institution requested the participation of requested the participation of the NSTP students insofar as the production of the face shield and face mask is concerned. Another activity by Eulogio Amang Rodriguez was dubbed as NSRC Standby Responder, where NSTP students, particularly the graduates of the NSTP forming part of the NSRC, were tapped for the purpose of providing emergency responses in the area. Then from Makati, under the leadership of the NSTP Department of the University of Makati, we have activities on literacy, and this is to address the needs of young children in times of pandemic. The photo you get to see on this slide was shared to us by the institution, but I suppose this is not the photo taken during the lockdown period. I suppose this is a continuing project, and this is in order to promote positive values and good citizenship, and promoting volunteerism through community service and related fields. Then we have also the sanitation product school supplies for indigents drive. Also a social media advocacy at the University of Luzon in the project entitled Reaction Mo Kinabukasan Ko, isang maagang pamasko sa mga mag-aaral at kapwa ko. So just to give you an overview about this particular project, in partnership with the Alumni Association of the institution, the socio-civic organizations in the area, the barangay and city councils, as well as the Philippine Red Cross, Pangasinan, and other higher education institutions, helping institutions like the St. John Child Care Center, the elementary schools, and of course the barangays in the city of Dagupan, particularly Barangay Tabang and Barangay Maluwad. So the project was launched in Facebook as a way to create an awareness for our young people in helping our indigent partner communities, particularly the St. John Child Care Center, which is an early childhood education program provider in the area, and of course some of the elementary schools in the depressed barangays of the city. So the project, okay, use the social media platform in order to promote the advocacy and where the project sought the support of the alumni and other individuals, okay, by expressing their intention to help, okay, and this is done by way of of uh, of placing emoticons. So by way of emoticons, like for example, like, which is equivalent to 5 pieces face shield for kids, for example, or heart, like we have 2 bottles of 500 ml, 70% alcohol, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this was in relation to the project Reaction Mo Kinabukasan Ko. Okay. And then we also have Water and Sanitation Initiative. This is in partnership with the Philippine Red Cross Pangasinan and Pangasinan and Philippine Red Cross Youth Department, and funded by the Netherlands Red Cross and the LGUs. So the NSTP students, okay, applied for funding support of the project Water Impounding for Sanitation and Health to Heal. And this is relative to the initiative of the Philippine Red Cross Youth Department, particularly under the auspices of the national headquarters of the Philippine Red Cross. Okay. So this initiative was to promote awareness, okay, and initiatives like proper sanitation, okay, and food security, okay, by initiating backyard gardening with the use of PET bottles and other recyclable materials. And this particular project was inspired by the Dramvatory project of the Philippine National Red Cross. If I may to just present to you, this is an example of the water hand washing facility that the Philippine Red Cross, in partnership with different organizations like UL, okay, in the different barangays, okay, in the city of Dagupan. Okay. And alongside this particular project, okay, we also have info materials and the like. So this is how it looks like for the small water impounding facility for use in the hand washing needs of the target community. And this was designed actually by one NSTP student. So it was placed at the later part. So this is the screenshot of the project Reaction Mo Kinabukasan Ko. So this is what I'm talking about earlier. So the supporters would just click any of the emoticons in order to express their intention to help the project. Okay? And each emoticon has a corresponding donation, like for example, 1 box of disposable latex gloves and others. So allow me to have the rundown of the activities in spite of the different concerns and the problems as well as challenges met by the higher education institutions, the member organizations, member HEIs of the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated remain loyal to their service commitment. So against the backdrop of COVID-19, the members of PSNE, under the auspices of the Commission on Higher Education and other national agencies like the Office of Civil Defense and the Department of National Defense, including the Philippine National Volunteer Service Agency, remain resolute in realizing the very mandates of the National Service Training Program and the National Service Reserve Corps, based on the stipulations of Republic Act 9163, otherwise known as the NSTP Act of 2001, the Volunteerism Act of the Philippines, and of course, Republic Act 10121, or the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Framework. So the outreach and in-reach activities undertaken as reported to you this afternoon by the HEIs under the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated range from institutionalization of health and safety protocols, which I suppose was an initial response by many, if not all, of the NSTP units in support of the resumption of classes in their respective institution. We have relief operations. We have assistance to marginalized groups like the drug surrenderers and the women and the children. And of course, fulfillment of requirements of the Sustainable Development Goals like water and sanitation, as in the project Wish to Heal. So I wish to thank our partners in the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated for contributing their success stories in the implementation of COVID-19 initiatives. Allow me to mention in particular the regional directors of PSNE. We have from NCR, Dr. Ahunin. We have from Region 2. We have also from Region 10, Region 9. We also have from Cebu, and of course in Region 1. So to all who have contributed to this undertaking, thank you very much. And to the Philippine Society of and to the Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers Incorporated, executive committee and officers, we wish to extend our sincerest appreciation to the Philippine National Volunteer Service Agency for this splendid opportunity. Once again, thank you, good afternoon, and mabuhay.
Thanks, Dr. Vidal, for your discussion on how the National Service Training Program can be further maximized to nurture the participation of the youth in various volunteering initiatives, especially in these trying times. We've come to the end of the slide presentations, and at this point, we'll be calling in again Dean Nikki Templo Perez for her insights on the presentations made so far. Dean Templo, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Lois. Okay, so first I'd like to thank Executive Director Gawe for, and then Mr. Sungkip and Dr. Vidal for the very interesting presentations that they gave this afternoon. So again, some points that I got from the presentations of our speakers. Number one, apparently partnerships are important. And it really is, especially during this time, no, not just for COVID-19, but I guess in nation building, we're all in this together. Universities are there to provide ideas and the volunteers, and civil society organizations can give mentorship, direction, maybe financial assistance in some way, and then government can also provide financial assistance sana and help move things along, especially because when it comes to volunteering, time is of the essence. Maybe government through the PNVSCA can help, lalo na sa NSTP, no? Kasi I'm also an NSTP teacher. Discuss with government yung mga requirements ng CHED, ng LGU sa mga volunteers natin, and how sometimes it hampers the volunteering that our institutions do. So yun, partnerships are important, and it's important to really take care of the relationships that we have in this volunteering circle that we have. Second, it seems that because of the pandemic, online volunteering, it seems, is what is becoming more viable right now in the Philippines. Even through NSTP, nag-iiba ang anyo ng community service ng NSTP classes because they can no longer go out to communities. For some, it will be via materials development maybe, and then they will send to the communities, and then yung paggawa nga ng PPEs and etc. No? But as it has been mentioned in the chat and the Q&A, I think I saw, there is still a wide area and many communities in the Philippines where the internet cannot reach. So what does that mean? It means that we have untapped potential volunteers, but it also means that the recipients, parang nalilimit yung recipients of volunteering work that we do. Because if things will be online, then what about those who we are not able to reach because of walang internet? Never mind, walang kuryente, di ba? So that is something that it's good that through the PNVSCA, government is made aware of the limitations now of volunteering for us in this kind of setup, and maybe think of a way kung paano ba natin maaabot yung mga nasa laylayan ng laylayan. Kumbaga. Okay, third, yung sa volunteer awards. So I was listening to Executive Director Gawe talk about it, and it's really good to acknowledge the service that individuals and institutions give above and beyond what is expected. But I believe that for volunteers, those who are really volunteers at heart, the awards are just icing on the cake. And then, yung sabihin na rin natin, no, volunteering for awards, volunteering for grades, dahil sa NSTP, those are just icing on the cake. Yung NSTP, very important, I believe, in nation building, because through the required volunteering that they do sa NSTP, we are casting our nets wide. But it's important na as we force our students to do volunteer work, we also have yung ano yung pwede nilang gawin, lalo na yung mga natatamaan na parang, ay, gusto ko palang mag-volunteer pa after ng NSTP. What can we give them afterwards as part of, as a continuation of the volunteer work that they do? And aside from that, no, how do we tap pag hindi na sila pag nakagraduate na sila and they're no longer our students? How do we still how do we find them ways to volunteer pa rin? Whether it is still through the alma mater or through various government agencies or CSOs, how do we help our alumni continue to live out volunteerism? Because that's something that they got, a value that they got from yung their stay with us in the HEIs. Last, I think that although there are grades, there are awards, volunteering doesn't really need a pat on the back. Because ideally, the desire to be of service or to help communities or the nation runs deeper than words of praise and awards. So the desire to be of service, especially to the country, through being of service to our communities stems from a deep commitment to make a difference. So let me end by sharing a quote from Marjorie Moore. Sabi niya, volunteering is the ultimate exercise in democracy. You vote in elections for us once every 3 years, but when you volunteer, you vote every day about the kind of community that you want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Templo. So that wraps up the second half of this webinar. We are supposed to be fielding questions, few questions at this time, but I understand that some of the questions tossed were already addressed. So how do we proceed, Nika? Nika? Can you hear me?
Yes po. Yes po. Currently, we have no questions po from the Facebook Live and YouTube. This is your last chance po, participants. If you would like to ask questions po, kindly use the raise hand feature, or else po we can proceed po with the closing remarks po.
Okay, thanks very much, Nika. Well, actually, yeah, we may be doing overtime at 5 o'clock, but if you do have questions, more questions, probably you can send or email them your questions to PNVSCA, or you could also refer to the chat box for some of the questions raised. But I have one, if I may. Some of the speakers pointed out that the supply of volunteers actually eclipse demand. Could you please elaborate on that? Considering that when you talk of profiles of volunteers, their age actually mostly are adults, and then 40s. I heard the country representative from CUSO International, the Canadian backed NGO, said that they're 43 and above. But then, since volunteering has now moved online, there's a need to tap the youth to do volunteer work, because they're the ones who are experts in the use of technology. So how do you reconcile that? Do you still see an excess supply in volunteers, at least from the youth side, excess supply versus demand? Or is the excess supply really a function of having more adult volunteers? If you, anyone can answer my question. Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Stephen.
So in our case, actually, so we have we deploy international volunteers, no? And the average age of our international volunteers, the regular international volunteers, is 43. No? So I mentioned earlier that the supply versus the demand, no? The supply is higher than the demand for our e-volunteering program, because there's actually a lot of people who are signing up for e-volunteer work, but the demand from partners overseas, no, from our experience, no, it's actually lower. Again, because I think at that time, before the pandemic, the online collaboration is still new, no, to many people. So that's where we are coming from, no. But hopefully now that we have this pandemic, the awareness of people, to this online collaboration is higher. So probably that will change in the coming months, no.
Okay, and that means that the institution of Dr. Vidal also would play a key role, because they're really in charge of the youth.
Hi, Ms. Lois. Can I share also?
Yes, go ahead, Director. Go ahead.
Based on our volunteer online platform, if you look at the sign-ups, it's really more of people offering volunteering work. Yun ang marami.
pero kakaunti yung mga asking for volunteers. And I think the reason is yung sinabi kanina ni Stephen, it's actually probably an effect din ng digital divide, no? Many of our organizations, especially our small civil society organizations, they might not be into online. And also, yung appreciation nila on ano ba yung mga types of volunteering work, because again minsan stereotyping yung ibang organization, I would cite an example, no, nung early part ng Be a Volunteer platform, there were sign-ups identifying yung RITM as a place for them to want to volunteer, and we were told then by RITM na no, we don't need volunteers. But when we told them na yung nagbo-volunteer ay gustong magwalis, gustong maglaba, actually laundry work, that's the only time na sabi nila, ay ganun ba? Oh, we still need volunteers. So yun nga, yung mga naghahanap ay minsan hindi sila nagpupunta online to post na kailangan nila ang volunteers. Kaya we resulted to involving the NEDA regional offices. Kasi down the ground na walang mga internet access, hopefully, they would still promote volunteerism, especially doon sa demand side.
Director Gawe, talaga pong crucial yung access to online platforms at internet connectivity. I hope this is something that could be addressed, especially with the law giving budget to the DICT to boost the internet connectivity of the country. Since pati pala itong volunteerism po ay nangangailangang maging digital in these pandemic times. Now we
sorry, Lois, may I make a comment
yes,
before we
also
close?
would like to comment.
Okay, yes. I sorry for intervening, but as co-host, I said I can't leave participants with a takeaway that volunteering is required. I mentioned in the chat with Dean Nikki that some students, some policymakers even refer to volunteering as required or mandatory, quote unquote. And I think this is why we need fora like this, so that we can together clarify what volunteering is. Because by definition, as Director Gawe mentioned earlier, volunteering is something that is not required, it's not compulsory, therefore it is volunteering if it's not for a grade. That is something that's good for the society, and it is not motivated by financial remuneration. So I guess we have questions about NSTP, because if we look at it, NSTP is, as was mentioned by Dr. Says, very important in shaping and building volunteering. But NSTP students, because they are working for a requirement, are not volunteers. There are many forms of service, public service, community service. These are all excellent, but a rose is a rose. So we should be able to use the term properly. And I think that is how we clarify also what types of services we are offering. It's not to say that one is better than the other, but it's important that when we say volunteering, we are clear as to what it means. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Dalisay. So sa ating mga participants na naliwanagan ho sana kayo kung ano talaga ang ibig sabihin at ang spirito ng volunteerism. At lalo na po yung mga kabataan na nakikinig ngayon mula sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, sa ating 160 participants na nakikinig, especially the youth. Ang volunteer ay nanggaling sa puso at kailangan kayo lalo na ngayong pandemic times, panahon ng crisis, dahil kayo ang may access sa technology, nakakaintindi ng ganitong teknolohiya. At ayan po ang panawagan ni Dr. Dalisay. With that, kung wala na pong tanong, yes sir.
Only 2 points that I would like to make. I would like to just have a rejoinder to Dr. Dalisay's statement. I perfectly agree with with the statement regarding volunteerism. Actually, in NSTP, it's hard for us to draw the line between volunteering and service learning. I failed to mention that all of the activities and projects that we shared to the group this afternoon we're all out of volunteerism. As a matter of fact, most, if not all, of the projects were undertaken during the lockdown and immediately after the resumption of the schools. So the participation of especially the students are not actually are not actually on the basis of
Graded.
promise for plus points and even the financial remuneration. It's just that we try to also promote volunteerism, part of supporting our mandate in the NSTP. So that's why the organization has for several times partnered with the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency for some sort of undertakings in order to promote volunteerism, part of what we can do in NSTP and NSRC, as well as the organization called Peace Naval. And another
Baka
has to, yes,
kailangan
ma'am,
ng next section, kailangan iba po pong section kasi ang hirap naman palabasin na hindi okay yung napakagandang ginagawa. Ako lang po, nagmumula ako doon sa kung ano yung volunteerism. Kasi yung civic engagement mo,
yes,
malawak yun. Ang volunteerism, may isa lang sa halimbawa ng civic engagement. So, sana po ay malinaw lang kung volunteer ba siya o hindi. Kasi marami namang magagandang ginagawa na mula sa puso na hindi volunteering. Yun lang po.
Thank you so much. And another point that I would like to raise has to do with the requirements. One of the defining characteristics, I suppose, of the new normal is the Internet of Things. I perfectly agree with the discussions earlier that we really need this strong connectivity, and we need to capitalize on the social media as a way to promote volunteerism. And in order to create positive changes, especially in the works of building our nation. Thank you very much.
With that rejoinder, we end the presentations and the open forum. This has been a very inspiring webinar, and I really thank you also for having me for this opportunity to collaborate again with NEDA and my former colleagues in the government. Before I turn over the floor to Dr. Tirso Roquillo, who's the president of Batangas State University and the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, which is the partner of the PNVSCA in holding this series of HEI webinars. For his closing remarks, may I enjoin or ask everyone please to visit the website of PNVSCA. That's www.pnvsca.gov.ph for the schedule of the webinars on volunteerism and for the updates on the ongoing search for outstanding COVID-19 volunteers. Remember, the deadline is nearing, and that is October 30. Now, the 160 participants who joined us today at the webinar, I hope you could also sign up as volunteers for this nation, especially the young ones. Thank you so much again for having me, and good luck to everyone. Dr. Roquillo, it's your turn now, please.
Hello. It's really great to see that there are many volunteer groups in the country that in their own way help rebuild the nation, especially in this time of great need. The initiative of the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency to provide a platform for discussion such as this one is laudable, and it gives opportunity for us to be aware of what each other is doing and to further involve ourselves and share each other's burden. Ang padalawang webinar po na ito ay naging makabuluhan at naging matagumpay dahilan po sa mga partners natin. Gusto po nating pasalamatan ang ating mga naging kabalikat sa second series po na ito. Ang Ugnayan ng Pahinungód ng University of the Philippines, ang Commission on Higher Education, ang SDAS, at ganoon din po, pinapasalamatan natin ang ating mga naging resource person from New Era University, Silliman University, Mindanao State University, IIT, De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Ganon din po ang Philippine Society of NSTP Educators and Implementers, ang PUSO International. Sa inyo pong lahat, sa lahat po na nakilahok from different HEIs, lahat ng ating mga kasamang state, universities and colleges in the Philippines, even private institutions, marami pong salamat sa inyo pong pakikilahok sa atin pong talakayang ito. Nalaman po natin na marami palang magagandang ginagawa ang ating mga kasamang associations ng volunteerism. Mga dakilang bagay, nakakagaan ng damdamin na kahit ganitong krisis, nakikita natin kung ano ang maliliit, malalaking bagay na ginagawa na hindi natin alam na meron pala silang ganong activity. Na dahil sa ganitong discussion, nalalaman natin kung paano tayo makikilahok, makikiconnect. Ito po yung panahon para tayo mag-connect. Kaya po, kami po ay patuloy nag-iimbita sa inyo. Papasalamat din po kami sa PNVSCA for involving almost all sectors, no, whenever possible. Ang Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges po ay patuloy na magiging kabalikat po ninyo sa volunteerism, lalo pa ngayong panahon ng krisis. Gaya po ng nabanggit, ito po ay padalawang serye, no? At ang third will be as a result of our discussion will be towards the end of this year na po. And I hope that each one of us will be engaged more and more, no? Sangayon po sa ating talakayan, ang volunteerismo sa amin pong malalim na pagtingin ay hindi kilos ng kamay, kundi tibok ng puso. So muli po, marami pong salamat sa inyong lahat. Sana po magtulong-tulong tayo, magbuhatan tayo, at tayo ay lahat Pilipino, kailangan natin magdamayan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Ronquillo, for sharing with us your insights and for being with us, no, for the past 2 LGU webinars and counting. Now, we would also like to thank our partners, Ms. Eloisa for moderating. Ma'am Eloisa, sa uulitin po ano. And Ms. Templo Perez for sharing with us her insights on the presentations. To our resource persons, we are grateful for your institution's invaluable work in helping our country and for instilling with your students, staff, and nearby communities the spirit of bayanihan through your development projects and activities. To all our participants, thank you for being eager to listen to inspiring volunteering stories. We hope to hear from you, so we'll be sending a link to our feedback form on today's webinar. And we would highly appreciate your response to help us further improve our activities. If you wish to get an e-certificate for the attendance, please provide us your full name and email address in the feedback form. On Thursday, October 8, 2020, we will conduct another webinar featuring the volunteer projects of local government units. We hope you can also attend the said activity. To formally close our webinar, may we invite everyone to join us in the community singing of the Philippine Volunteers March. Again, thank you, everyone.
Volunteers, we ask
Salamat po ulit. Thank you, everyone.
Walang picture.
Thank you po.
O nga, wala tayong picture.
Hindi nag-picture.
Kalimutan.
Thank you po.
Picture daw, picture.
Ay. Wala na, dalawa na. Yung team na lang, yung ayan, yung ano na lang, organizing group.
Si Miss Lois nandyan pa?
Oo nga.
Wala
Galing
na.
ni Lois. Or yung speakers na naiwan.
Si Liniki may webinar din
Oo
po.
nga, nagmamadali sabi niya, 5 o'clock.
Meron
Si
din po
Mr.
siyang
Ablong,
appointment.
wala na rin.
93 pa yung naiwan, 91.
Oo. Baka maririnig ba nila na mag-on silang video?
Oo nga
Gusto
eh.
niyo?
Kindly turn on your cameras.
Ay, yung participants po hindi makakapag-on ng videos.
Ganun ba yun?
Tayo na lang.
Oh, okay.
Okay. O, sige, tayo na lang. Sorry, ako pala. Daisy, wala kang ano.
Sige,
Si
tsaka na
Kenneth
tayo
ba?
mag-assessment para mas mabigat yung
Oo.
mas mabigat yung ano ngayon, mga questions.
Kasi naka-warm up na sila, second session na. Kaya pag kay Dr. Tirso, mas marami ng ano yon.
Hindi, parang iba yung participants eh.
Also matters.
Participants, so
Mga presidente ata AD ng eskwelahan ng umaten.
I'll take a screenshot
Who's
po.
taking it?
1,
Si
2.
pero we have to work harder for Mindanao and Visayas. Talagang halos Luzon ang nag-attend.
Isa pa po. 1,
1, 2, 3 ba?
Wait lang ma'am. May nagka-appear po kasi nag-chat. Wait lang po. 1, 2, 3. Okay po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Grace.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Danica. Thank you, Sir Gawe. Thank you.
Yes,
Sir Ken.
Thank you.
Sir Ken, tropang Pisney, Sir Jay.
Salamat po.
Mr. Kausapin.
Bye-bye po.
Bye, Dr. Vidal, Mr. Kausapin. Bye.
Thank you po.
Dr. Dalisay, thank you.
Will. Thank you.
President Tirso.
Ma'am Lois, thank you.
Yes,
Next host.
bye.
Oo.
Next host.
Sama-sama
Thank you,
tayo.
Nika and D. Yan. Bye-bye.
Thank you po.
Dr. Tirso, thank you. Dr. Tirso, thank you.
Thank you po.
Ay, salamat din. I'm happy to stay. Sabi ni Sir Donald, yung Visayas Mindanao, kailangan nating...
Salamat, Sir Tirso.
Kasi sabi ko, baka na-epektuhan ng pagkakalipat natin ng date.
Oo, totoo din yun.